This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to what good afternoon. It's not quite a sunny day. The blue sky fastly goes into grey, heavy-looking clouds. I'm really not sure what we're in store for weather-wise, but we are in store for a good sunset bumble. The sun is nice and high in the sky right now, but as you know, it gets lower and lower, and we will hopefully be able to find you lots of weird and wonderful creatures in the bush for you. We won't just be coming to you live from Djuma, but many different locations across South Africa. So get ready, everyone. It's that time of day for your live bumble through the bush. Welcome aboard, everyone. Good decision to jump on board with us. At least one half of the Djuma feeds. Both Tristan and I are out today on this very strange day. Just looks so sunny and glorious on one side and then so not so glorious on the other. And it's already chilly, so we're wrapped up nice and warm on this end. My name is Lauren and I do have Davy on camera, and we're not sure what we're going to get up to today. I think I might let Davy dictate where we drive. Davy's going to choose the roads and see if we get lucky, see if we can spot any predators on a day like today. So we are going to start bumbling. We're going to go west first and see what we can find. It's too early to go into other people's properties right now, so we won't be heading to Chitwa straight away. But I'm sure one of us will head into Chitwa a little bit later, because as you all know, Mr. Mareeves just loves to hang out there. That's his new hangout spot. So all of these wonderful safari bumbles that we will be taking you on are live and interactive. So please do talk to us. Send in your wonderful and lovely comments and questions using the hashtag WildEarth on Twitter, or you can use @FC on the YouTube chat, or if you don't like either of those options, you can head over to the WildEarth website. And as long as you've registered, you can submit your questions under the live safari page. And of course, kids, you are the most important. You are the future, after all. So please do send in your questions. And the email address is kidsquestions@wildearth.tv. Send them via email. And tell us your name, your age, where you're from, and your favorite animal. So for us at this side, the west is always a hit or a miss. It could be a hit today or it could be a miss today. But let's see. I really have no plans. This morning didn't bring much on Djuma. We don't have game drive radios at work. So I think let's just explore. Let's just take the roads that we don't normally take and see what we can find. You literally never know what's around the corner. The Talamatis are in the west and Ghana crossed west, so maybe at some point all of these will cross back over onto Djuma. Okay, I'm going to keep bumbling, see what I can come up with, but let's take a look at the weather across all our locations.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to andBeyond Ingalla. And right in front of your screens, we have some African elephants there drinking there, which looks amazing. Would you look at that? Some nice cloudy skies there. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Trico, and behind the camera I have Owen with me doing a fantastic job. And welcome once more. And as you can see right in front of us, quite plenty of elephants here. Looks like there's also quite a few youngsters as well in between them. There we go, you can see those youngsters right in the middle, having a bit of a drink there. And I mean, elephants like these, as you imagine, the rest of the day they would have been moving around, feeding on trees and grass. And when you are that big and eat about 200 kgs to 250 kgs of grass and trees, every now and then you have to come down to the waterhole and have some bit of water. An elephant in a day, you know, they'll take about 50 gallons of water, which is about 200 liters of water a day. And that is a lot. But also it makes sense when you are a full-grown elephant weighing about 6 to 7 tons. I believe one viewer is saying the way these elephants use their trunks is incredible. Indeed. Indeed they are. And actually if you pay much attention when they're drinking, let's see if maybe we can find one that is still drinking, especially that one. Their trunks are actually, they use them as sort of elastics. They can extend them to become longer, and they can again just manage to shrink them to make them shorter. And in that trunk, I mean, there's no bone, nothing. That is just pure muscles there. Incredible. Just wanted to see how many I can count in around here. I think I've easily counted about 40 to 45 elephants in and around. Look at that youngster there. Look at that youngster being nice and playful around that tree or that dead tree there. I think we're still going to sit with these elephants and see what they will do next. But in the meantime, I'm going to send you over to Tristan, who's going to say hello.
Indeed, we would like to say hello to a nice little group of animals that are all hanging out together at the moment, which is always a positive way to start one's drive, to have impalas and nyalas and the various other things. Anyway, as Trico mentioned, my name is Tristan. On camera, I've got BK. It's good to have you all on Rusty this afternoon. Always nice to be bumbling out in the bush with all of you on board. And given that it will be my last afternoon drive for quite some time with WildEarth, I hope that it will be a good one. I'll be out again tomorrow morning, but this will be the last afternoon for a while. I'll only be back again, I think, September. Anyway, we're sitting with Ngala and Impalas, and they are taking it very easy at this stage. It's a weird kind of day weather-wise. The weather's not great. It's overcast, cloudy. It's a bit kind of dingy and just feels meh. Not great kind of safari weather, this, especially because there's quite a bit of a wind blowing. And that's why most of the animals are come down into this little drainage line area in amongst the thickets. It's a lot less wind here. They can get out of that and won't be disturbed nearly as much as they would be if they were up on the crest. And then from here, what you'll find is they'll slowly meander their way up the drainages towards clearings for when that sun sets. And even though it's not pleasant to be in the wind at sunset and in the open, it's an unfortunate and necessary evil, because the predators will utilize windy, overcast conditions like this, particularly because we're in the full moon period. If it's overcast and there's some cloud cover and a bit of wind, that really starts to work in the predator's favor. You will have noticed that in the time that I've been here, the first week that I was here, we had a number of kills, so lots and lots and lots of dead animals, and that was because it was closer towards the new moon and we had a bit of a cold front that came through with cloud, and then it became clear and bright and the moon got bright, and that was then. We haven't seen too many kills since then from a leopard point of view. So tonight will be busy, so we'll kind of see what happens. Hopefully young Mareeps will be out. That's where we're going to be heading. In the meantime though, let's send you across to Damon and Phinda to say hello.
Yes, we do want to say hello. Good afternoon from a rather windy andBeyond Phinda Private Game Reserve, where we're sitting with a group of wildebeest as well as some impala that are busy grazing in the afternoon up on this hillside. Spread out there across the hillside. My name is Damon. Behind the camera this afternoon we've got Johan, and we're going to be exploring these open grasslands around us here. This morning there was a coalition of 2 big male cheetah that were seen in this area, so we're going to try and find them. They had apparently eaten something, their bellies were quite full, and I'm hoping therefore that they haven't gone too far from where they were last seen. So we're going to go and check a couple of places where they might have gone to rest, some nice open areas, nice short grass where they can scan around themselves to keep themselves nice and safe and have a good vantage point around them. And that's going to be our plan for the afternoon. Yeah, so we're going to leave these impala now and we're going to get to searching, and hopefully we'll be able to find them for you.
Welcome back again. So we're still sitting on this waterhole, and all of a sudden we just saw more elephants coming in from the right hand side of your screens there. There's one of the youngsters drinking there as well. And if you look at the tusks of that one, they're actually really, really small and quite thin. Also, you can see the size of this youngster, quite a very small elephant. So this is a young one. I would say maybe about 2.5 years old. It'll be quite interesting to see what these elephants are going to do, because it looks like these are all the different family units that came down here for a drink. It'll be quite interesting to see when they leave the waterhole if they're going to all separate and head to different directions or following each other.
Good afternoon and welcome to WildEarth. We're live on Bushwalk at Eco Training Pridelands. So my name is JP LaRue and behind the camera we've got Paul. Our plan for this afternoon is to follow the tracks of some giraffe that we found over here. I'm just going to point them out to you. And right over here we got a front foot of a giraffe. It's a fairly long, narrow track which can sometimes reach up to lengths of 30 centimeters. As mentioned before, these can also be very effectively used as weapons against predators such as lion. So just to show you the difference between the front and the hind, generally the front foot is much more rounded than the front. It's also larger as it carries the majority of the weight of the heavy forequarters compared to the hind foot, which is slightly longer. Now the reason why we know that we're going to follow these tracks because they are fresh is firstly we can see that it's nice and smooth underneath. We can also see these tracks has been made this morning because over here we've also got a track of a scrub hare and it breaks the outline of a track. As we continue right over here, we can also notice the older track of a giraffe with an impala track that is in between. So often when it comes to aging tracks, we can compare it to other tracks that we see. And this track has been smoothed out by the wind already. And we also know that the impala has walked over it. A few other tricks that you can use when it comes to aging the tracks is often to consider what weather conditions has been adhering. Is it windy? Has it rained? Sometimes we'll start noticing drops of when it started raining that breaks the track, and other times we'll see that the track has broken the crust of the soil after that the rain has been made. We can also roughly determine how the track is if it's been made in mud, determining on how that mud has been drying, and once again taking in consideration the weather conditions that there's adhering. We're going to hand you over to Trico, who is currently viewing some elephants, and we're going to start seeing if we can go and find our giraffe.
Yeah, I always say this, like, think of it of like as people going into a club, and then you meet people, we greet each other and have beers, make new friends. Or maybe some other people won't go to their own house by the end of the night.
It seems like we have a little technical issue with Ingalla, so you're with us. There's some elephants that are not too far away. I'm just getting around to where they are. Just going slow. And we're down in the bed, and they're across and kind of down the riverbed from us. They were around sort of Chelapan, but steadily moving south towards Twin Dams. So I just want to try and pop down here. Just see if we pick them up. I can just see some of the backs going up and along here. Just go around. where they're gonna pop out, if they're gonna get on the riverbed. They'll be on the crest. They're all on the crest here. They're going actually away from the riverbed. We'll just come round. Nice to see some ellies out. I think it's because the wind is not nearly as heavy as it was yesterday at this time. Where are you guys gone? I'm sure I saw some of them here. Can you see them? Ah, well done, Beaks. See, BK, this is why we keep you around, buddy. For your elephant spotting ability. Yes, I hear you guys. Should still be some on our right-hand side that are slowly heading in this direction. It's not just these guys. There was some that I saw right up against the riverbed coming southwards, so they should pop out somewhere close to where we are now. But always nice to have a herd of ellies to start one's afternoon. They're such majestic creatures and always enjoy spending time with them. There's something incredibly relaxing and humbling about being around elephants. So I always feel like after you've had a sighting with them, you come away, not always, but most times you come away feeling a lot better about life. Because let's leave those ones quickly because I see there's some that are at the water, so I'll try and get those ones that are still there in case they're playing in the water there. I don't know. I saw one heading towards the water itself. There's definitely one drinking. There's one right here. You see one little one drinking, so I don't want to. It's a big herd, this. There's a lot more of them than I thought there would be. Hey, little guy. Sorry. You see how many are in there? Sure. Lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of elephants. Seems like we've missed the herd at the waterhole. We've caught them a little late. Definitely most of them are all finished at the water, so we'll just watch this beautiful cow that is here, see what she gets up to. Now, Robert, you're asking about elephant trunks and how many muscles are in those trunks. So, yeah, there's a lot to be said for this. A lot of people have very different figures, but generally consensus is around about 40,000 muscles in that trunk, and the muscles go in all directions basically, and that's what allows the trunk to twirl and twist and lengthen and shorten and do all the things that it does. It's a pretty incredible piece of apparatus. Are elephant trunks. They're amazing in what they're able to do, and without them it makes elephants' life a lot harder. It doesn't make it impossible, but it certainly makes life harder. They rely quite heavily on this ability to feed with it, drink with it, defend themselves with it, and communicate with it. And so when that's taken away, it's not very easy for them at all. Are you guys going to go down towards the water? Be nice. Been a long time since I've actually had anything at Chelapan. It's normally quite a productive little waterhole. This it used to be from a leopard point of view too. We used to often find Tundi here moving around, and elephants seem to always love this little section. The lions too. The lions like this little open area. Well, the Nkuhumas used to. The Talamatis don't seem to be as enamored with this little clearing. It's a beautiful cow, this. Old girl. I think she's going to go and join her young one that's drinking there. I love it when the ellies are spread like this. It's always nice, obviously, when they're together and they're walking and you get them kind of going in this long line down towards something. But when they're all spread and there's just elephant everywhere, there's something nice about it, just to be kind of hearing the different sounds from different portions of the area that you're in. I'm going to try and see if I can sneak in here somewhere where she'll let us while she drinks. If we go the far side of the pan. This pan will always remind me of the sighting that I had of Shadow, Cub and Tingana together. It was such a cool sighting that with the 3-in-1. It's right here where we parked right now, or where we're going to park right now. It's very, very, very cool. Isn't that pretty with the reflection? The water's so still in this little area because of how dense and thick it is. Beautiful reflections on the water itself. Amazing how much water this still has got. And, you know, in all the years I've been at WildEarth, this pan normally is dry pretty early on. If you think we're approaching August now, the fact that it's still got water is pretty unbelievable. There comes a beautiful lilac breasted roller. Oh, look at that color. That's cool. Shinto slurping up water. I'm not sure she likes it. It's probably not the nicest water. You can imagine there's not been any refreshing of this water now for 3-4 months. And the only saving grace is that it's not big enough for hippos to sit in it, so the hippos haven't been defecating and doing their thing in there. But I don't think it's very tasty, otherwise she'd be drinking a lot faster and a lot more than she actually is right now. Alright, well, we're going to just sit with our Ellies and just enjoy them. It's such a nice scene. This little water hole and them coming down to drink.
Suspended above Kenya's Masai Mara is a breathtaking lodge where unrivaled service goes hand in hand with extraordinary wildlife sightings. Ngala Mara offers a quiet place where guests have the opportunity to reconnect with the world again. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer before the end of July, and you and a friend could win a 3-night stay at this award-winning lodge. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature.
Hi, I'm Nikki, your guide here at andBeyond Ingalla. So my favorite animal in the African bush definitely has to be the zebra, because like people, with our fingerprints, every single zebra has a different stripe pattern. And of course, a group of zebras together is called the dazzle. How unique is that? Come and join me or one of my colleagues here in Ingalla for a sunrise and sunset safari on WildEarth.
Something very, very interesting. I didn't plan this, but this is a scene rarely seen. This is what we call a journey of giraffe. So beautiful.
Tune into WildEarth every single day. It's in your nature.
Hi, my name is Tristan Dix, and I am a guide here at Djuma Private Game Reserve for WildEarth. We love connecting you to the African bush, and we always look forward to all of your questions. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, you'll need to register on the website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit a question below the live feed. Catch up with me on WildEarth. Well, another young bull has joined his friend and they're having a little game around the edge of the water. So it's a bit of pushing and shoving that young bull elephants do to one another. There's such a cool kind of time spent with them when they do this. Yeah, and those tusks clash as well. They're just wasting water this afternoon. They're not even drinking it. They're mostly just slurping it up and then letting it all go on the edge. Two are being silly. It's all important what they're doing right now. As much as it looks like it's playful and gentle and them having a good time, this is going to stand them in good stead when they're older and they actually really are competing, because in some point in life they're going to have to compete with one another or with other bulls in order to establish themselves and be able to mate and kind of defend themselves. And so these little games that they play like this are hugely important for that going forward. And when they push like this, they're learning how to do it, they're strengthening muscles. It's like essentially just training or going to the gym for these little guys. That's all they're doing. But it's a joy to watch because you can see that they have fun doing it as well. Jennifer, you say elephants are your favourites. Next to, did you hear what that was, BK? Parrots. At first I thought you said, Jennifer, I thought you said carrots, and I was like, well, that's a very odd thing to compare. There's a carrot and an elephant, but I suppose a parrot makes a lot more sense. Parrots are highly intelligent. I hope you guys can hear the skin grinding against each other. But as I was going to say, parrots are very, very clever. And much like elephants, I suppose they're kind of like the elephants of the bird world. Hugely intelligent and very social. Now you two, play nice. A whole bunch more coming. There's a little baby that's on its way now as well. It'd be cool if the whole herd comes this side. And there's, like I say, lots of them that were in the block. So it's not just, the ones that we've seen. I've probably seen a good 25 elephants that are still yet to come this side. And already there was a couple that have gone down towards the Mulawati already. There's going to be a massive cow coming down now with her tiny little baby. Hopefully she'll come to the water. Oopsie. You see, you were being nasty. You poked the other one in the bum with your tusk and then you fell. That's what happens. It's instant karma. Isn't this wonderful? Now you can imagine, this is just playing around with two very small elephants. Imagine when you get those colossal 6-ton bulls that are doing this for real, and there's just pushing and shoving. It's kind of, the ground almost shakes under the forces that are applied there, and that's why often tusks get broken and elephants even get killed when they really start to go at each other, when they lose their tempers. It's a pretty incredible thing to witness. Behave yourselves, you two. Otherwise your moms are going to come and discipline you shortly. And off they go. Unfortunately, the big female with the little one is not coming this way. They've veered off slightly, heading more towards the Mulawati. I wonder if they want to rather go into the riverbed in order to dig for water. It's possible. The riverbed at the moment, there's still water seeping if they dig nice and deep. I think BK, let's go up and around. Otherwise it's going through a lot of thickets. That was very, very cool though, at the little water hole with the youngsters. I enjoyed that. It's also getting quite hot now that the wind has died down and the sun is coming out. Alright, so I'm going to try and catch up with the little ones and go see if they're going to go dig for water in the Mulawati. In the meantime, send you to Damon and Phinda.
How exciting was that, watching those elephant bulls fighting around the waterhole. So you're back with us here at andBeyond Phinda, and Johan and I have been driving through the open plains, and one of my favorite things to do in these plains is to stop and scan because of the vantage points that it affords us. Now, I don't know if you caught a glimpse there in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, but it was meant to be a surprise. There's a pride of lions that we've spotted lying up on the ridge. There they are. Have a look at that. And we are way, way, way away from them. I'd say we're probably about 400 meters or so. They're on the other side of a bit of a dry riverbed. And we just saw, have a look at that lioness on the far left there. See how light her belly is? The light on the insides, the back of her legs, and then the light color on her chin. That was what Johan and I saw. And they seem to be taking advantage of this cooling breeze while they're lying out in the open and not tucked away in a thicket. Because even though I've said it's quite chilly, if you stop for a second and sit still, especially in an area like this where we're quite sheltered from the wind, the sun is quite warm on one's skin. But obviously those lions behind that side of this ravine, there's a lovely breeze blowing over them, and they're able to stay pretty cool over there. So see on the left there, that very big one, that would be one of the adult lionesses. Then in the middle of the screen, that lioness who's just put her head down, that's one of the other adults. It looks like there's another youngster that's close to her that just lifted its tail. And then on the far right, looks like a little male. And just make out, look on the top of his head, see he's got like a bit of a mohawk that's starting to grow. The beginnings of a mane. And he's looking very intently in our direction. I've just seen off to our left, you can't see it now because it's just moved out of sight. But there's a kudu bull that was very close to us, and that looks like exactly what this young lion is looking at. It's a bit tough to see from here, well, a bit tough to judge accurately from here how full their bellies are. Oh, look at this lioness on the left. Even she's also looking kind of in the direction of where I saw that kudu. And it's just such an awesome place for lions to be lying right out in the open, on a hillside, in these open grasslands. Like I said earlier, one of my favorite parts, or my favorite things about this part of the reserve is being able to stop and scan, use the binoculars. You never know what you'll see. And I think, just looking at where they are, we're obviously quite far from them here on the road, but we might be able to get a slightly better view of them. It'd be quite nice to see which lions are there. Maybe there's more lions that we can't see. Oh, look, there's a little one. Look at that little one in the middle. Can you see that little head poking up? The lioness that's lying down in the middle of the screen, look at her on the far left of her body. You can just see that little cub's face peering at us through the grass. Now look, the lions looking all different directions. The lioness looking off to the left, the two youngsters looking off to the right. And like we're saying, that being up high on that hillside like that, with their fantastic eyesight, their forward-facing eyes, just like ours, they'll be able to scan and spot things from miles away. Andrew, you're saying that they're almost the same color as the grass. Andrew, I'm going to ask Johan to zoom out just a little bit so that you guys can see. I spoke about how we spotted that lioness on the left and how white her belly was. So if we zoom a little bit out with the camera, see if you can still see that lioness in the middle. So see, we're going to come out, keep zooming 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 out. And if we stop about there, look at how much that lioness on the left stands out. We can see her belly, see that white of her belly, but that middle lioness, you can't see from there. Well, at least I can't on my monitor. I can't really see her at all. I can see the cub on the far right, whose belly is facing towards us. I can see the lioness on the left, but that lioness in the middle, that lovely tawny color on her back, helps her to blend in perfectly with the dry grass around her. Yeah, affording her excellent camouflage. Oh, there was a bit of a yawn from the young lion there. But even with that lovely camouflage, I mean, a lion's quite a big animal, so it can still be quite hard for them to conceal themselves from their prey. That's one of the reasons why lions often tend to do a lot of their hunting at night, when they've just got that bit of extra cover, and their superb nocturnal or their superb vision at night gives them the edge over their prey. Johan and I are going to try and get a little bit, or try and get a slightly better view of these lions for you. So hopefully when you come back to us, we'll be able to see how many lions exactly there are up on that hillside.
We're making our way to our first dam of the day. We did a bit of a boundary patrol, which can sometimes be an amazing thing to do, and sometimes it doesn't bring any sort of luck. Today was one of those days, but still we're approaching Treehouse Dam just to see if there's any activity. Although there's lots of heavy looking clouds in the sky, it's still hot for winter. I do wish they would fix some of these roads. Okay, we'll just get up on the dam wall here and stop to give you some beautiful views of it. This is Treehouse Dam, and sometimes it's nice to just stop and look at all the birds coming down to drink. Possibly antelope. On a really good day, elephant. So we're just going to sit here for a moment or two and enjoy the scenes around the dam. Isn't it lovely? A little blacksmith lapwing. Always such a joy to watch.
So welcome back, everybody. And As we're driving along the clearings in the east of the reserve, we came across this magnificent plains zebra just standing there giving us a look. Also because this area is nice and open, there's some nice grass to feed on. Also very nice and clear for them to be able to have a view and see what's going on around them. If you look at the tail, every now and then it goes side to side. And in that front leg you can see this zebra is twitching every now and then. Here we go with the tail. Let's see if she twitches again. There she goes. Look at that front foot twitching. And there she kicks. Right there. So there is some flying insects or some biting insects that are bothering this plain zebra. She's trying to get rid of them. And can you imagine you trying to eat and then there's these things that are biting you and flying over you? That must be really, really annoying. I have no idea why that happened, but all of a sudden that zebra just started taking off. It could be also that the insects that were biting her were starting to be too much, and sometimes can cause them to do that and just actually just run away. And some few more of them right there. Quite an amazing harem there. Right, I think I can hear, or I heard a little bit earlier on, some vervet monkeys alarm calling a little bit further south of where we are. I think we're going to leave these zebras be and feed on, and we're going to head into this area, or that area, and see what they were alarming at. And in the meantime, I'm going to send you over to JP.
Welcome back to Bushwalk. We just located the large giraffes which we were tracking for the last half an hour or so. It's a small journey of approximately 4 of them. So quite often you will hear the collective noun for a group of giraffe is known as a journey or also as a tower. However, when it does come to a scientific classification of a grouping, it's just purely a temporary association, as if they actually have no social group structure, and individuals will come and go as if they want. There's also no leadership. We also find that males tend to do what they want. Once they've mated with females, they move off. And quite often when they do meet up together, it's generally an indication of good quality feeding, or when we find a number of bulls following a cow, it's generally because that cow is an estrus. When watching the one closest to us, it seems to be like a female, very thin neck, and we also notice that there's large little paintbrush-like tips on those horn-like structures, which is known as ossicodes. At the moment she's also feeding on a tamboti, which is one of the most toxic plants out here, and the toxins of this plant actually have very little effect on her. When it comes to humans, that toxin can kill you, and it's also quite often used medicinally for treatment of teeth that is rotting. And a small drop of that milky white latex that comes from the leaf has been put on the tip of the teeth that's rotting, and it will kill it off into the root system. Sometimes also used for actually fishing. So one of the indigenous ways of fishing is actually to poison the water with large amounts of this milky latex. The giraffes are all moving directly into the wind at the moment, and one of the reasons why they're doing that is that they can detect predators, but also that they can also slow down the release of tannins by plants, and what we find by a number of different plant species in this area is that they will release chemicals, and once the same species of plant detects those chemicals, they will push up their tannin levels to protect them against browsers such as the giraffe. So when it comes to giraffe, their entire diet almost consists out of leaf material. However, I have seen them on occasions feeding on small amounts of grass. Also a whole bunch of oxpeckers that just flown off from them. Those are the birds that are making the sounds at the moment, or scissoring sound. They quite often feed on the ticks that accumulate on these animals, but they also do provide them with some early warning if there's any potential threats in the area. In general, giraffe is also very keen-sighted, and they know precisely when there's something wrong going in the area. And they've got the ability of seeing line up to a distance of 2 kilometers. It's also said that adults, cows, can often keep a view on the distant calf up to 3 kilometers away, as long as she can see it, and then she's generally happy. So for those of you that are first-time viewers, that has never seen a male or female before, for some of the easy ways of actually separating them is looking at the color, the neck thickness, as well as if the horn or ossicones are coated with hairs or unhaired. So the males, those little ossicones are generally bald. However, young males do also have black tips. Generally, the males are also thicker necked compared to the females. And you need a thick neck to be able to fight effectively. We're going to watch our giraffe a little bit longer, but let's go and see what the guys are up to with a group of elephants that they've just located.
I'm still with our Ellies. I just came down with them towards the Mulawati because I wanted to see if they were going to potentially drink in the sand here or dig for water. It was a fascinating thing to watch, so I thought, why not? Feels like a good enough idea. Also can't go to Chitwa yet, so might as well just enjoy our elephants that are bumbling about the place. And they're slowly but surely kind of feeding on the banks at the moment. None of them have really made their way down towards the water, or towards the sort of main sandy area. So for now, I think it's just going to be them feeding. I don't see any of them particularly looking like they want to try their luck for water down here, so I'll just be patient and wait. It's always amazing though when you see them kind of cruising along the edges of the rivers and above you, you get a really decent impression of just how big these guys are. You know, when you kind of on a road and they're next to you, it's one thing, but when they are right up to where you are and you see just how large these things are and they're above you, you get a really good sense of scale, and can be quite intimidating actually. These are all, you know, fairly small elephants, but when you get those monster bulls that do that, it's a very, very, very different feeling. Of our guides, the heaviest elephant on record is 12 tons. Well, it's 11 tons actually, 24,000 pounds, which was an elephant from Angola. It's a big animal. That the average bull elephant that we see nowadays is between 6 and 7, so that's double basically. Which is absolutely ridiculous. I can't actually even fathom it. It blows my mind every time I hear that statistic. It must have been just the most ridiculous animal to have seen. And fortunately, it was hunted, so they actually did shoot it. But that was in a day where, you know, things were not like they are now. Nowadays, if an animal came, or if that was seen, that animal would be put into protected surveillance, if people would really try and look after it. But I mean, that is just on a whole nother scale of big. Like I say, I've never kind of heard of anything coming particularly close to that, and never with my own eyes have I witnessed anything close to that. It saddens me a little bit because it makes you think, how many of the great animals or great elephants, whether it be tuskers or sized animals, were lost during that phase. And like I say, you can't kind of go along beating people up about it, because times were different then. People's understanding was different. It wasn't about the same as what we have now, and the technology didn't exist for photographs to be taken and those kinds of things. And so the only way people could prove or educate other people about these animals was to hunt them and take them back, which it created interest in many respects, but it's also just one of those things that really kind of doesn't sit nicely, because we lost so many unbelievable animals in that process. But yeah, imagine the size of that thing. Phew. Must have been a serious animal. I was actually reading about its footprints, and the size of the footprints. It was absolutely ridiculous. They reckon they were like 3 feet across, which is quite amazing. Anyway, right. Well, we shall carry on sitting with these elephants for a little while. They're slowly coming down into the riverbed, and hopefully they'll kind of meander around us and maybe, like I say, even dig for a little bit of water.
There's a grounding earthiness to this place that we feel in our ancestors. It's a place where, believe it or not, we evolved as a human species, and anyone who's come to Africa will understand that. The connectivity that the continent has to the person and to people's souls is next level. I'm thoroughly looking forward to taking you on your next adventure when we explore all the small and big things.
Catch up with the guides daily here on WildEarth.
This is a battle of two great carnivores of the African wilderness. Whew. Whoa! You don't want to be under those jaws. Definitely, this round goes to the lion. Look at that. Fantastic.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
I'm Nikki here at andBeyond Ingalla in South Africa. I love getting questions from viewers about all the small things within the environment and how it all is integrated with one another. If you want to ask me any questions, please simply register with the WildEarth website, head across to the Live Safari page, and then post your questions there. I'm looking forward to chatting to you on my next WildEarth drive.
You're back with Johan and I at andBeyond, Phinda. We have managed to get a little bit closer to this pride of lions. Unfortunately, there's a very steep ravine between us and the lions. And even in these vehicles, I do not think we'd be able to get through and get to the other side in one piece. I think it might look something like that scene from Jurassic Park where the Jeep falls out of the tree. And yeah, I'd prefer not to do that. So we're going to sit and watch from this side. What has been quite interesting to watch is see that lioness, how she's just finished yawning and she's busy scratching herself. A moment ago, she was grooming herself, she was licking. She's yawned a couple of times. And these are all indications, or normally, or rather, let's say often. There we go, there's another one. There's 2 yawns now in the space of about 10 seconds. So very often these are kind of subtle body languages or language cues that indicate that the lion or any big cat will stand up and start to move. She's been looking off to the left for quite some time now. And I wonder if something down there has caught her attention. We can't quite see because we're a bit lower down now than she is. And we were talking about her eyesight earlier and how sharp it is, how well she'll be able to see across these grasslands. I was mentioning how I love to stop and use my binoculars to scan from the hillsides in these areas. It's probably a similar reason to why this lioness has led her family here. Why the 2 adult lionesses here have led their families here, or their family here. Maybe that they're on the hunt, looking out for prey. She's still looking off to the left. And look at how her ears are now pricked up. Something's got her attention. It was quite funny a moment ago while we were driving off-road to get to her. Is she grooming us? Okay, she's grooming herself. I was gonna say, I thought she was lying and putting her head on her paws. I was gonna say, no, don't do that. We want to watch you walk around. We watched a moment ago while we were driving off-road to get here. We driving along super slowly, super carefully, and we disturbed a black-bellied bustard that was sitting in the long grass, and it flew up and flew towards the lions, and you could just see all the little cubs like lift their heads up and look towards this bustard. Of course, for them, that's an animal that they could pounce on and could try and catch. Try and catch. I'm going to emphasize the word try because a bird for an ungainly lion cub is quite a tough opponent. See, birds are very agile, got very sharp senses. They'd need to be super stealthy to get anywhere near to a black-bellied bustard. But I'm sure they'd love to try. See there how she's still busy grooming herself, cleaning her paws. It almost looks like she's got her one paw kind of cocked. It's her right paw. She's got cocked to expose the pad. And see how she's kind of licking it, and then every now and then you can see her almost make like a little nibbling motion with her mouth. Might be a thorn or something in there that she's trying to pull out. There you go. See what she's doing now? Or maybe cleaning in between the pads. Look at those stripes under her eyes, those white lines. Oh, there's a brown-crowned chagra calling in the background. That whittle sound. But yeah, have a look at those white lines under her eyes and how much they stick out. So a lot of you apparently are commenting on how well camouflaged she is and how well she blends into that bush. But look how much those eyes, those stripes on her eyes stick out. And then her chest, how much that stands out as well. That's what we were talking about earlier. And we also mentioned how her vision at night and how good it is will give her a bit of an edge in terms of trying to hunt in the dark. And apparently those white lines under the eyes are thought to help reflect light from the stars and from the moon, ambient light into her eyes to help her to see better in the dark. If you look at leopards, also a nocturnal big cat, they also have those white lines. If you look at cheetah, an animal or a big cat that's more adapted to hunting in the daytime, they don't have those lines. They've rather got black lines that run down kind of between the eye and the nose. And it's thought that those do the exact opposite, and they help to keep glare out of their eyes. So this lioness is still looking around quite a bit. I think Johan and I might spend a little bit more time here with him, but if they don't seem like they're going to move, we're going to head out and we're going to go and see if we can't try and find any sign of those two cheetah. So in the meantime, while we decide, let's send you across to Lauren, who's found something very large.
I know that Tristan already had elephants, but so have we. And so far, I can only see this pair. The mom and the youngster who's trying to push his way in and eat whatever mom's eating. I can't see any other individuals. We've been sitting here in a while just watching them. They're very relaxed. Both just feeding quite happily together, and I have to say, I don't enjoy it when I don't see elephants on drive. I'm very, very glad I bumped into some Ellies. They've been at water already, can you see that? Not fairly recently, but her trunk's nice and dark. So she has been at water within the last few hours. It's starting to cool down now, so she probably went when it was really, really hot. We're sort of in the middle between twin dams and treehouse dams, so I imagine one of those dams, they went for a drink. Okay, our elephants are moving off now, so we're going to send you guys over to Tristan.
We're with our Ellies and they're kind of just absolutely surrounded us now. We're sitting ever so quietly and it's just the most magic thing. I'm going to just not talk for a little bit just so you can hear all the sounds of an elephant herd feeding all around you. Isn't that amazing? I could sit here all day with this. Sadly, it is perfect, and there's very few things better than it. I know in some areas it's not something that I would do too readily. In areas where Ellies have been persecuted or are not comfortable, but yeah, you know, they've become so used to our presence that if you just sit quietly, and when we first came here there was not a single elephant in sight. Well, not in sight, but they were nowhere near us. I mean, they were all quite far. And we've just sat quietly, and slowly but surely they've made these conscious choices to come closer to us, which is a very, very special thing. It means that you are in a place where they are trusting of your presence, which I always think is amazing. See a little baby up on top there. Herd is being particularly noisy this afternoon. They're using a lot of grass, and so there's a lot of breaking and slapping of grasses on skins and various other things, and it's actually quite cool just to sit and listen. I haven't had a Milwaukee elephant sighting in so long. Always one of my favorite places because it's so kind of dense and thick, and then you got the openness of the little riverbed, and you got big towering jackalberries that come over you, and leadwoods, and there's just so much atmosphere when you're in a little riverbed like this. And then, like I say, to have them all around you and just the noises and the sounds makes for possibly my favorite viewing, is when you kind of find them in places like this. Look at the little baby, he's going to come down. Don't fall, little one. Well done. Nope, that's not Mom. Mom is on top. Her mother's, or its mother, should I say, is a tuskless female that's sitting on top, and one of its siblings is also up there. But you see how the subtle communications work, even though this isn't her mother, or its mother, should I say, I don't know if it's a boy or a girl. This other young female has come in ahead of it, and just made sure that it's protected and guided, you see, saying, right, that way, we're not going closer to the big car, you need to go around that side where it's going to be safer for you, and where we know we can keep you safe in amongst the rest of us. Amazing, isn't it? So that'll be an aunt or a older sister that's guiding that little one and showing it where to go. That's why I love elephant herds, the subtleties of what goes on in here, when you're just willing to stop and notice, is super interesting. They have such a tight-knit unit, and they're so understanding of each other and what is needed in order to protect the herd. It fascinates me how they go about it. And the thing with the elephants is that you have to spend a lot of time with them to start noticing these little things. If you don't, you never really get a full understanding. And I find so many people kind of see ellies and then they see them feeding and then they're like, okay, let's carry on. But actually just watching them for an hour and a half, you learn so much about the animal, which is the point of being out here, I think. Anyway, we'll keep sitting with them. It's just such a little magic spot until they all come past. And let's see what they get up to after that.
Good afternoon and welcome to Bushwalk. We found a group of tracks for a bunch of giraffe a little bit earlier on our walk, and we decided to trail and follow the tracks. We eventually came on a small journey of approximately 4 giraffe. At the moment we can see 2 of them. We've been watching them busy eating as if they were going, and we've noticed that they mostly will be feeding on tamboti trees, and they've been sticking to these tamboti thickets. For those of you who are familiar with these trees, they're actually incredibly toxic plants, and if you break the leaf off or damage the tree, you'll actually notice that it has a milky white latex, and that milky white latex is often used for killing off teeth when they are rotting. It's also used for a number of other medicinal purposes. However, if we use too much of it, it can potentially kill a human. But for giraffe, it actually holds no threat. Quite interesting to watch them, how they've been feeding the whole afternoon. You might be noticing how they're using that very long prehensile tongue to strip off leaves off the edges of the branches and then pull that into the mouth. We also often find that they will feed onto thorn plants or thorny, and they've got a number of adaptations which protect them against these thorns. One of those adaptations is incredibly beautiful long eyelashes, which is every lady's envy. And then they also have got a very thick leathery lip. And then lastly, their tongue is also coated with a very special type of saliva, which is simply deflects the thorn off the tip of the tongue. Also, you can see the spots of it.
We actually left those other elephants and have been spending quite a little bit of time with this youngster who's really, really relaxed. We can't seem to drive anywhere in this area without bumping into elephants right now. I'm not complaining. I love just listening to them feed. And I mean, if you think there's an adult behind us, best views, but this youngster's not completely on its own. But if you think the herd is probably all communicating, they do communicate through posturing, body postures. Even the human eye probably doesn't understand all of that. Vocally, you hear them trumpet. Oh, you know when an elephant's not happy. Sometimes you can even call it screaming, I guess, when they're really, really upset. And these sounds, these type of vocalizations do occur in the larynx. It's resonated in the trunk. And that's why it's so powerful and so loud, because it's produced in the voice box, just like us. But it resonates all the way through the trunk, the trumpeting sound, and that's why it's so loud. But most communication between individuals takes place through rumbling. And this is a low, low rumbling. It's also produced by the vocal cords, and it's slightly amplified in the upper region of the trunk. But they don't sort of force that sound all the way out to the end of their trunk. And that's why it's a bit of a softer sound. Some rumbling we can hear, and some rumbling we really can't. Some are basically just infrasonic messages, if you like, that occur at really, really low wavelengths that are completely inaudible to humans. They can hear these infrasonic rumbles between each other up to about 12 kilometers away. So really, if this youngster did get lost, we were discussing that the other day, or something awful happened, they can communicate over really long distances and the humans still can't hear. Isn't that remarkable? They're quite they're quite short-sighted, or they're said to be short-sighted, and they do have a blind spot. Like humans, I guess, we have a blind spot. And that's why vision is really not their primary sense. Okay. I'm going to try and get past these Ellies, but if not, we're going to stay with them. We're going to send you over to Tristan with elephants of his own.
Yeah, still with Eddie. Shame his little baby, I think, is trying to get back up to its mother, but is having a tough time negotiating the bank. Shame little boy, is it's slippery with all the grass. Getting there. There we go, Mom's going to help it. Is Mom going to help it? There we go. Look, Mom is right there. She's just getting more grass. She's not helping at all. I think if the little baby screamed, she most certainly would have grabbed it. Isn't that cute? Little one is the world too big still. The legs are going to get slightly bigger and the body's got to change slightly in order to do it effectively, but made it, which is a good thing. Back up to Mom and to siblings, only for Mom to come straight back down again. Sorry, little one, you're going to have to come back again. That's cute. Have this feeling like there's an impending moment of embarrassment for this little one, where it's going to take a tumble. The problem is when they take tumbles, then they scream and then everybody panics because they think the baby's been hurt. And I quite frankly don't want to be the cause of, well, deemed to be the cause of that. So let's hope it doesn't roll down the bank, because if it does roll down the bank, it's rolling down straight towards us, which is not going to be ideal. Mom, you're going to have to make sure your little one doesn't fall. Rose, I would say probably 6 months, somewhere there. 6 months to a year, somewhere in that category. It's not quite stable on its feet yet, but it's also not tiny. I've seen... Hello, girl. Oh, look at all that dust. I've seen much smaller than that. Yeah, I'd say maybe closer to a year than 6 months. That was very cool. I think the herd is going to start moving now up and out. Let's go forward and then just turn around. This used to be Tingana and Hosanna's highway. They used to both love walking in here. Let me turn around, try and catch it again. In the meantime, though, I'll send you back.
We've still got our Ellies. Thank goodness. It's very relaxed. I think it actually is a large herd. I'm going to go back on my word. They're just very scattered. And again, they're probably constantly communicating with one another. And there's so many ways of non-verbal communication. Oh dear. Oh. It's really quite the angle, isn't it? But because humans are so verbal, and we join all these letters up to make words, and in words up to make sentences, and we think that's the only way that beings can communicate, and we think we're superior because we have language. But what about all the other languages that are not verbal, that we really have no clue about? Especially chemical, especially auditory languages that we just can't even hear. We were talking about sort of the biological sonar of bats yesterday, and the rumbles of elephants, and the high frequency sounds that come from many different organisms, even in the ocean, that we just can't even hear. We think it's silent, but it's really, really not. We live in a very loud, colourful, chemical world that we can barely even tap into. Every time I think of that, it just really blows my mind. I mean, some we can hear. Obviously, whales song we can hear. You can hear the howls of wolves, birds calling, frogs croaking, the chirping of insects. But there's a lot we can hear, and it sometimes isn't until you really dig into that you realize everything that we're missing. Animals are constantly communicating with one another. It might not be directly. But with Kalamba, for example, scent marking, that's her communicating constantly, telling any possible intruders that this area is hers. She's not saying it directly to another intruder. She's laying her message on the ground. Even in terms of vision, I mean, butterflies, for example, are said to have the sort of widest visual range of any organism. And they can see ultraviolet light and ultraviolet markings on other butterflies to find mates. So sometimes when we look at butterflies, we don't realize that there's actually a whole other pattern there that we can't see. They can see in a different spectrum of light. Even reindeer. Reindeers actually rely on UV light to spot lichens that they eat. They can also really easily spot the sort of UV absorbent urine of predators in the area on the snow. So they know, predator in the area, abort. We just see yellow snow. We know, something's going on here. Never eat yellow snow. I was taught that as a child. But they can actually see the sort of UV absorbent urine of the predators and know exactly what type of predator it is. It's amazing. We live in an amazing world. We're only just very familiar with the human element of it. Okay, we're going to stick with these Ellies for now because we can't really get past them, but hopefully we get some better views soon.
Hello everyone, my name is Elmarie and I'm very excited about this drive. My husband Kleinhan bought me this Ticket to Dream for my birthday as a present because he knows I watch WildEarth all the time. I couldn't be more happy. I've never had such a great present in my life before.
If you want to go on safari with a WildEarth guide, whilst honing your bush knowledge and of course featuring in one of our shows, then head over to our website.
Okay, my favorite part about WildEarth is the characters, and then of course I love the bush and I love Africa, and just the fact that I can follow every day, that's one of my favorite things.
Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer and you could be making your first ever on-screen appearance.
Being on a live drive on WildEarth is really great because you can actually now smell the bush, see the animals in real life. You have to really make a plan and just do it.
The importance of forests cannot be underestimated. Over 1 billion people live in and around forests, depending on them for fuel, food, medicine, and building materials. The Wildlife and Environment Society of South Africa, WESA, is the national implementer for a program called LEAF. The LEAF program makes use of indigenous forests grown on school properties to teach pupils about biodiversity. This directly instills a sense of ownership of the natural surroundings and reconnects children with our biomes and heritage. WESA needs your help to bring nature back to schools. Ask your school to join the program through the link on their website. Together with WESA, you can help take this incredible program to schools across the country.
Looks like it's a very difficult climb because every time it tries to climb, the ground is breaking, so it slides down. But it's the only one. Look at that. That is the call of desperation with a cub. It's like, what are you doing, mommy? Oops. Oh.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Welcome back to Bushwalk. We just located on a number of very interesting ants, and they're known as harvester ants. And one of the reasons why we know that they're harvester ants is because they are taking little seeds in and out of the nest. And we'll also notice that there's a large amount of seeds that has been fed on and then left on the outside of the nest. They're one of the 3 common groups of ants that we find in this area. The others are known as matabele ants, which differs in their behavior, where they won't eat on grains and seeds, but they predate specifically on termites. The 3rd group of ants that we commonly find in this area is also known as a savanna ant, a very clever ant. It has the ability or learnt to actually farm with aphids, and they protect these little aphids that are feeding on the plant, and in return the aphid will provide them with a nutrient-rich, sugary little drop of liquid. To come back to these ants, they belong to a genus which is called Meso, and Meso is a Roman god of harvesting. And these little guys truly will take all these seeds back into a granary just like a harvester would do. The interesting thing about these granaries situated under the ground is that they are designed to keep the seeds dry and to prevent them from germinating, so that they can utilize these at times when there's no sufficient food. You'll also notice that some of the ants is actually smaller, while some of them is actually larger. And the larger they get, the larger their mandibles get. And those with very large mandibles, their purpose is simply to crack open the seeds so that the others can feed on it. We also find that they've got a very unique adaptation right underneath their bodies, and this little tiny hairs which you'll only be able to see through a microscope. And the design of it is purely to collect sand, little pellets, and so that they can excavate that from the out to the nest. We also often notice that they will create little sand craters surrounding the nest entrance, and the purpose for those is to keep water out when the rain starts. Well, we're going to move on and go and see what else we can go and find. In the meanwhile, we're handing you back to the guys in Ingalla and just see what they are up to.
Welcome back, everybody, and welcome to your live safari. So we're still searching for this particular leopard, and we haven't even found any fresh tracks or anything like that in these areas. So it could be that where she's at, she's in some thicket, or if she's moving and she's moving through some grass or some hard ground, it'll be very difficult to actually find her or see her. So I think we're going to drive along down here and have another look and see if maybe we will win. I see some giraffe tracks as well in the middle of the road going up. Another animal that we have to look out for as we drive along here. I believe one viewer is asking, is it true that giraffes can't vocalize? It is not true. They do vocalize, but it's very rare, that you find giraffes making a sound. I think for me personally, the only time that I've seen giraffes making sounds was through a documentary that I was watching that was made on giraffes, and there was this one giraffe that was actually making this sort of weird sort of humming sound that it was making. But me personally, I've actually never heard them call. But yeah, it sounds like they actually do make sounds. It must not be because we don't see them doing it and they're secretive about it. And I think while we head down this road, I'm still looking for this animal. I'm gonna send you over to Lauren. I think she has some elephants.
Oh, elephants definitely do vocalize. Giraffe vocalizations are interesting. They don't vocalize that often, but they can vocalize and they will vocalize if they're deeply, deeply stressed. And that study that proves they hum at night is just so interesting. Apparently, giraffes communicate with one another all night long. And they call it humming because it's a low frequency sort of noise. It sounds like or something like that. And they communicate all night long. And we can only hear it if we use technology, which is really mind-blowing. It's fairly recent science. It came out when I was in the Mara a few years ago. And they think they do this to remain in constant communication with one another because it's dark. They can't really see, so they constantly communicate to let one another know if there's any predators nearby. Oh, it's a great study, that one. But of course, we do know that elephants are very vocal. And I mean, just to give you an indication, I do mention this a lot, but a male voice like Davi's fluctuates around 110 hertz. Mine, being a female voice, and this is just general, very, very general, I know everyone's different, fluctuates in at around 220 hertz, because my voice is higher. And a child normally comes in at about 300 hertz. Now, an elephant, the rumbling, not the trumpeting, the rumbling for a male elephant fluctuates at around an average of 12 hertz. 12. And a female is normally around 13. So the rumbles are very, very similar. They're not starkly different like humans, whereas Davi would be 110, I would be 220. And a calf normally comes in at about 22 hertz. And of course, that's all realized and understood through technology. And going back to giraffes, I really thought that they were sort of taciturn in nature, silent and tight-lipped, as they say, but they're really, really not. And they have a larynx, a voice box, very similar to a horse. And it was thought for a while that they were not able to produce sort of sufficient airflow through their really ridiculously long necks and trachea to vibrate their vocal cords and produce noises. So it was for a long time assumed that elephants can do it because of their long trunks. But giraffes couldn't get that sound out from their voice box all the way out their mouth. But that's not true at all. And going back to that humming comes in at about 92 hertz in frequency. So it's not classified as infrasound like elephants, but it is still on the very, very low end for human hearing. You would have to be in really close proximity and maybe even sort of a closed room to be able to hear it. Isn't that just amazing? Across the board, what humans can hear and what we can't. Okay. We're going to stay with these Ellies just a little bit longer, and we're going to send you guys over to Damon in Phinda.
So we've got an absolutely beautiful scene here at andBeyond Phinda that Johan said we have to stop to show you, and I think you'll agree what a magnificent scene this is. Look at that fever tree in the middle, the lovely sky in the background, all those grey clouds, and then a herd of wildebeest and zebra at the base of that big fever tree. See the wildebeest all pretty relaxed and content, even that one lying down. The others all kind of standing, looking rather placid. Some of them every now and then look like they're chewing the cud, ruminating a little bit. But otherwise, just taking it easy. After having spent the day feeding, no doubt, taking in lots of grass, with them being ruminants, animals that chew the cud, that style of digestion affords them more time to rest. So they eat some grass, and then they can take a bit of time to lie down or just stand around and re-chew that food. And that appears to be what they're doing now. Very different to the zebra off to the right. And I'm going to keep quiet for a second once they're in frame, because they're chewing very, very, very noisily. You might actually even be able to hear them crunching. So I'm just going to keep quiet for a sec, and let's see if we can hear them. Very, very, very soft, but that zebra on the right, you can just hear it going. And look at the grass that they're feeding on. Look at how dry and brittle it looks. So these zebras, very different to the wildebeest. They are not ruminants. They don't chew the cud. They've got a very different way of digesting their food. And what that means for them is that normally they have to take in more food or spend more time out of their day feeding, because they don't have as efficient, so to speak, of a digestive system. Lawrence, you're asking if they get any nutrients from eating dry grass. Lawrence, they definitely do. Yeah, that's of course they wouldn't be eating things that are not going to give them some kind of nutrition, because that would just take up space in their stomach and would then, may lead to them eventually succumbing to malnutrition. But this time of year, with the grass being so dry, the grass is definitely less nutritious. Look at the zebra, it's walking backwards and scratching itself on it. It's like a little stump there that it's busy scratching itself on. It's straddled a stick and it's walking backwards and forwards and rubbing its tummy. Oh my goodness! When you haven't got fingers to scratch yourself, you've got to make do with the next best thing. But Lawrence, yes. So even though the grass doesn't look too good, there will be some kind of nutrition in there. And that's why the zebras will be feeding there. And it's actually interesting, just now we were watching when we arrived, these wildebeest, there were a couple of them that were actually nibbling on guarri bushes. And normally wildebeest are pretty strict in terms of their diet. They only eat grass. And this one was obviously desperate enough for some extra nutrients that it started to nibble on some leaves. And we mentioned how the wildebeest, they chew the cud, so with them chewing the food twice, it helps them to break down the cell walls of the plant matter and extract the maximum amount of nutrients from the grass that they eat. The zebra don't do that, so they, like we said, normally have to eat a bit more. But what the trade-off with that is that the zebra, because they can spend more time eating, they can take in more food and kind of process more food almost faster, if that makes sense. So very often in times of drought, zebra tend to do a lot better than some of the other ruminating animals. But I think we're going to leave these wildebeest and these zebra to continue with their afternoon. Look at that one, it's still busy scratching its tummy on the stump. Johan and I are going to carry on searching for any sign of these two big male cheetah.
We're just sitting with some ellies. Oh, it's been such a good afternoon with them. The weather, I don't know what I think of the weather. You see, there's lots of heavy clouds, overcast, sun bursting through in some parts. But either way, I'm happy to not be driving and to be sitting with the elephants. We're just going to take a moment or two to listen to them and just enjoy spending time with these amazing animals. Aren't they just so lovely? They're a very peaceful lot, this bunch, so we're going to sit with them a little bit longer. We're still with our Ellies. It's not the most amazing views. They are going into the drainage, but we're just going to wait until they sort of move off before we move off. It's been such a lovely afternoon with them. I missed them yesterday. And just to wrap up that sort of communication talk, depending on what species you are, how you navigate your landscape and your social structure really depends on how you're going to communicate. So using the giraffe example, they are highly, highly visual, more so than elephants. Elephants are not that visual. And vision is their primary communication during the day. I mean, they can see a lot taller than any other animal out here. And they communicate through visual signals. But they're also prey to the lions. And it also makes sense that they don't want to make too much noise, especially at nighttime, so that they can attract the attention of predators. They don't want to let the predators know they're there. So during the day they're silent because they're using vision, and at nighttime they use hums that are sort of very low frequency, so that maybe even the lions wouldn't pick up on it. When your vision is impaired at night, you're going to have to sort of figure out another way to communicate. And for elephants, it's entirely different because they're not relying on vision. They're relying on their nose a lot and also their ears and detecting vibrations. So it really depends on what animal you are. Should I go forward for you, Dove? Communicate in whatever way allows you to survive, thrive, avoid predators. Look at that drongo sitting so perfectly there. Fork-tailed drongos never too far away from these large pachyderms. You guys know what you're doing, don't you? Okay, we're probably going to leave these Ellies to see what else we can find, and we're going to send you guys over to JP in Pridelands.
Welcome back to Bushwalk. We're just located on these porcupine quills and would like to share a little bit of information about them. As you notice, they've got distinct black and white bands. And the black bands is because of the increase of melanin due to specific cells, which is known as melanocytes, which will produce the black bands, and then is followed again by white bands. The reason for this black and white color is believed to be acting as a warning color, and is seen as a universal warning color. So as the colors normally will include orange as well as yellow. And this will normally tell a predator to stay well away from this animal. So what the porcupine will normally do, if it's harassed by a potential predator, it will normally start hissing, stamping its feet, and if that doesn't work, it will actually just move straight backwards into the predator that is trying to get to it. I've often over the years actually seen leopard, as well as lion, hyenas, and African wild dog being full of these quills. Hopefully they've learned their lesson after the first time. We also do see that certain leopards, as well as lions, become specialists when it comes to hunting porcupines, and it's normally a behavior that is transferred from the mother towards the young, and they learn directly from her to deal with these incredibly tricky animals. For those of you that don't know, porcupines are actually the largest rodent in Africa, while the largest rodent in the world is the capybara that you find in South America. So One of the things that I do find particularly interesting is that they often use well-defined footpaths, because they know that by using the footpath or a road, they're actually spending less energy. And this is often where we find their calls as well as their tracks, as well as their droppings. Sometimes we're also lucky, we'll find some urine markings that is being dragged onto a rock that's on that road. And that's another way that they will mark their territory. So they're highly territorial, and both male and female will defend the territory against other males and females that come into that area. One of the things that I find particularly interesting about porcupines is that they form monogamous pairs. And monogamy is not a common practice amongst animals. And we also see that the male and female needs to regularly mate, so that the female will actually achieve estrus.
Just found Mariefs with, well, we didn't find him, and the other guys did. He's lying in a nice little area, but the guys just want to get out of the sighting, and there's only one way in and out, so I just want to give them a chance to be able to get out. So we'll wait for these guys to come up. He's just lying on a nice little sandbank, so once they've passed, I'm being assaulted from both sides. There's just cars coming at me. Hey guys. Have fun. Chat later. Cheers, guys. It's just cars coming from everywhere, but it's fine. We'll reposition and we'll get a nice view of our boy. Now. Just get past this little section so everyone can kind of leave us and let us be with him, which will be nice. Hello, boy. Of course, he's posing beautifully as per normal on his little sandbank. I can't remember who it was yesterday that was asking me whether or not the crocodiles nest at Cheetah, but this is where I was talking about, is this sandbank is where they do nest when they come into this area, if you guys were wondering. So he's found himself on a little crocodile nest. But it's the perfect spot for a little male leopard first thing in the day. Or last thing in the day. Is a bit of sunshine there. It's got nice soft sand that's probably quite warm from the sun during the course of the middle of the day, and it just makes for a nice spot to rest. Starting to yawn. He's going to get up now. It's almost time to go and hunt guinea fowls and chase the various things that are around Cheetah Dam and just be entertaining. We all know how he is and what he gets up to, so it's the right time of day to be with him. Such a pretty cat. He's one of those that you just know if you just spend a little bit of quality time, he'll reward you at some point. He'll get up to some sort of nonsense during the course of this afternoon. I'm glad that we've got him fairly early. The last couple of days he's come out quite late, but today he's lying beautifully out in the open. I'm sure it's because the wind is better and it's not as heavy as it was the past couple of days and slightly warmer today. I'm sure that's why he's out a little bit earlier than the past few days. Certainly is a little rock star, isn't he? And his time at Cheetah is making it pretty easy to find him. Nazri is a stunner, isn't he? He's a beautiful cat, and when he sits like this posing, as much as he does, it certainly makes life a lot better and makes him look a lot, what would the word be, a lot more kind of regal. There we go, that's the word I'm looking for. It would be nice though if he lay on the top of the bank, at like the precipice of the bank, but I think that's not nearly as comfortable as this nice soft sand on the slope. You can just see that little mind is starting to turn. He knows it's almost time to go get in position to be chasing guinea fowl. He has worked out that he probably will start to see them coming through these bushes towards the dam for a drink any time now, and so good idea is just to go and get himself into a spot where he can rest and take it easy. and wait for them to come. Because from here, there's not many guinea fowl that come this side. They all come on the sort of concrete wall side of the dam. All right, well, I'll sit with our boy and see what he gets up to and see whether or not he's going to be a rock star clown like he normally is, or if he's just going to be all serious. I suspect it's going to be the former. I'm pretty sure he's going to start chasing things around at some point this afternoon.
Hi, I'm Dee from the south coast of England. Today I was told I have won the most amazing prize to go to Marataba. Oh, I can't believe it. I became hooked on WildEarth last year when I was trying to escape COVID, and animals are my thing. I just love them and I love what WildEarth does. So that's why I wanted to become an explorer. Just so looking forward to going out to Marataba. Want to do a walking safari. Thank you so much, WildEarth.
WildEarth Explorers. It's in your nature.
Hello everyone, my name is Trishala and I am a naturalist and safari guide here in Djuma Game Reserve in the Sabi Sands in South Africa. I think that the information that we provide, and most importantly the questions that you ask, give both you and I a really good idea of what's going on. My friend Fernando here, he's a flat-necked chameleon and I love them. They're just these gems that you manage to find in the bush.
Catch up with the guides daily here on WildEarth.
Okay, there's another big male coming in from our left here. Another big male, look at this. This is the one. Now you're going to see sparks fly, guys. Guys, it doesn't get better than this, eh? Yes, unbelievable. Africa, I love you, eh?
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
My name is Ross and I'm a field guide at andBeyond Phinda Private Game Reserve. I love getting questions from guests on WildEarth because I love sharing and learning information about nature with new people, and it also makes me feel like you're all joining me in real life. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, then you need to register on our website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit your question below our live feed.
Well, just repositioned himself and turned himself into a little ball of spots. But his head popped up. If he puts his head down, it'll just be this little round cat that is all cuddled up. And I suppose it's because the sun is starting to dip now and he's not getting as much sunshine as he probably had earlier in the day. And that means that got to kind of cuddle up a little bit. Just wrap yourself up and put that tail over the nose at some point. Kim, who's 14 years old, no, I don't think that they learn to pose for cameras. It's just that they go about their normal sort of business, and that means that they're far more inclined to sit out in the open, which is then makes it easier, obviously, for us to be able to get nice pictures of them. If they were not habituated, they would spend most of their time in dense, thick areas, and that would mean that we wouldn't see them as much, and we certainly wouldn't be able to get decent pictures of them. But yeah, they most certainly are not habituated for kind of the purpose of photographs. They habituated because they just get used to us. Are you going to sit on top like I was hoping you would? Seems like that might be the case. Yes, right there. Okay, but you're facing the wrong way now. You have to face the other way. Oh, it's nice with its little tail curling, isn't it? If he looks over his shoulder with that tail curl, it's very, very, very cool. Donna, no, unfortunately not. We haven't seen Mulawati interact with anyone, really, other than Shadulu and Hukamori. So yeah, I haven't seen him interacting. I found tracks for him interacting with Marips at Torchwood the one day, all three of them together. It was pretty cool to see the sort of the tracks and how they definitely was an interaction that took place. But yeah, it wasn't. Unfortunately, I've never seen him physically with Marips or any of the boys that we suspect might be his. Tsemba, and even potentially Shasha. They must have come across each other at some point, but I've never actually seen them being able to. Don't go that way, boy. That's not a nice way to go. If he goes in this way, we're not going to be able to follow him, I don't think. Let's try, though. If he drops over the top here, we've got no chance, because that goes in towards the landowner's house, and that's a no-go zone. We'll try and see if I can get visual of him again, but it's going to be quite tricky. In the meantime, let's send you across to JP at Pridelands.
Welcome back to Bushwalk. We just got to Leopard Dam, and we managed to find the adult pair of Egyptian geese and one of the little Egyptian geese chicks. At first we were quite concerned that the others got taken by predators, but we actually noticed that there was another 3 of them that just popped out of nowhere. They were hiding very close by to our feet, just underneath the dam, and they're now making their way towards the adults. We often find that the Egyptian geese chicks will be taken by a wide range of different predators, which will include vervet monkeys, baboons, a number of different birds of prey, and even monitor lizards. One of the interesting things that I have seen a few years ago was with one of the marinas in a town where I grew up, which was known as Gordons Bay, was the presence of a large number of Egyptian geese that used to often take their chicks onto the marina, but chicks never made it. Out of curiosity, I started watching what is actually happening and why these chicks are declining in numbers by the day. And interestingly, we noticed that it's squid as well as octopus that was actually taking the chicks. We also find is that these birds will actually lay a large number of eggs. However, they actually have a low success rate when it comes to raising the chicks. So one of the strategies is more eggs, more chicks, and hopefully a greater chance that some of them actually will at least reach adulthood. For those of you that has joined us for the first time, we've noticed that the chicks around about 2 or 3 days ago that they were making an appearance at the dam. Just over a few weeks ago, we also noticed that the male was quite often on his own and the female was disappearing. And the females tend to sit on the nest, and they are almost solely responsible for the incubation of these eggs. And once that they hatch, she will then call for those little geese and take them towards water. We're going to sit and watch them for a little bit longer. Let's go and see what the others are up to.
Well, we're still with Marips. He's heading down towards where the owner's house is, but I don't know if they're here or not. I'm just trying to see. He did try pounce on a dwarf mongoose, but he missed, which was quite funny. He thought he had got it, but then he looked down at his paws and there was nothing underneath him. So he just got shouted at instead by all of the dwarf mongoose. But where he's heading now, I'm not sure. Like I said, I don't know if the owners are in camp or not. It's difficult to say, but where he's heading is going to be difficult. All right, let's just try and see if we can get one more view of him. This is where I almost lost my life to Karula on this termite mound right here. She almost ate me there. Nope, I'm afraid not. Alright, well, that's it for now with Marips. We're not going to be able to go any further, I'm afraid. Yeah, where he's going is dropping down into a drainage line, and there's no way to get a car in there. So we'll just hang around the dam. I'm sure he's going to... Oh, there he is. He's just right in front of us. I'm sure he's going to come back again at some point. I don't think he's going to be away for too long. I'm pretty sure he's going to head back towards the dam. I wonder if he's seen now. I think he just wants to check over the top of this mound. Can hear some dwarf mongoose on the other side as well. And of course now he's going to tuck himself in where you can't see him. He's not hunting anymore, he's just sitting nicely on the mound. I'll try and just quickly see. Where he's going is good for anybody. It's a good little den sites area, this, but not good for anybody to view him, and he's disappeared. If I can get a view of him again, I doubt that that's going to be the case, but we shall try. Alright, let's send you across to Damon in the meantime, while we try and see if we can get another visual from the other side.
Best of luck sticking with that leopard, Tristan. You're back with us here at andBeyond Phinda, and Johan and I are looking for these two big male cheetah we spoke about a bit earlier. We've come to the area where they were last seen. We've been stopping and scanning, and of course it's also very important to look down at the road for tracks. And this time of year when it's so dry and dusty, it's often a bit easier to see tracks on some of the roads. And we've managed to find a cheetah track, and it's just over here. See this? I've drawn a line at the base of it to kind of indicate where it is. It's not a very clear track, so I don't think it's I don't think it's of the cheetah that we're looking for. It looks a bit older. But see here, there are the 4 toes. 1, 2, 3, 4. The 4 toes at the front of the track. And then there's a back pad over here. And I've unfortunately drawn the line a little too close to it. That's made it a bit tough to see the 3 lobes at the back of the track. But see how narrow the track is and how sharp the edges are. And then there's also these little indents at the front that indicate or show the claws of the track of this cheetah. Now, obviously this is not very clear, so I've got my tracks and signs book with me here to show you, just to try to give you guys a better idea of what it looks like. So we're looking at the back foot of this cheetah. So see, there's the 4 toes, 1, 2, 3, 4, with the little claws at the front. They're not always visible. Depends on what kind of ground the cheetah is walking on. And then a very long track. Look at how long that track is, how long that back pad is. And there's those pretty sharp edges that I spoke about with the 3 lobes at the back of the track. Yeah, so we found tracks, but unfortunately this is not, I don't think, of the cheetah that we're specifically looking for. So we're going to keep on looking, keep on searching. We did hear some kudus alarm calling away down in a bit of a ravine. This time of the evening in a ravine like that, it's unlikely it will be these 2 male cheetah. They're more likely going to be looking for a place to go and rest for the evening, or looking to use some of the more open parts of this part of the reserve to patrol their territory. So it might be something else that's causing those kudu a bit of distress. but we'll head in that direction anyway, because that's where we're going to go and check next. We're going to go check down this road, and we're going to see if we can find any fresh signs of these cheetah. I've also stopped and used my binoculars a couple of times to scan, but no luck just yet.
The skies are very heavy at our end. In Djuma, I don't quite know what we're in store for. Hopefully nothing. But we're on our eastern boundary, Cheetah cut line, and we're just going to sit here just for a moment or two, watch the weather roll in, and listen to the sounds of the bush. The wind's definitely picking up, that's for sure. I wonder if we are in store for some rain. But we're going to keep bumbling and see what else we can find.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Bushwalk. We're still at Leopard Dam and we decided that we're going to stay here for a little bit longer and see which birds we can find. So generally the birds that we do find over here quite commonly is Egyptian geese, some brown-hooded kingfishers, pied kingfisher, as well as free-banded plovers. However, at the moment it's only the geese that's showing. So what we would like to encourage you is just to enjoy the landscape as well as to listen to the sounds of nature. We're going to stick around a little bit longer here at the dam in the hope that somebody's going to come and have a drink. But in the meanwhile, let's go and see what Tristan is up to. Our Egyptian geese is still on the pond there. We've also had a fleet glimpse of the pied kingfisher that just flew over. Found it quite interesting. We were watching him hunting a few times the other day. And he wasn't going for fish, but actually a frog species which is known as a platana. He was actually quite successful in grabbing these little frogs when they come up to the surface to come and breathe. And just like that, he will deal with fish by flying off to a perch and beating them senseless before he eats them. He did precisely the same. Let's see if we can maybe get him. Yeah, I see he's flown off onto the side there again. Some of the other birds that we find over here that we just mentioned a little bit earlier, which is a free-banded plover. So another bird species I often like watching. And one of their unique techniques that they use when feeding is actually trembling their feet to attract attention of insects and then wait for them till they're in grasping distance. So we're going to hand you guys back to Ingalla and see what they have on offer.
Welcome back, everybody. So we are still in these southern parts of the reserve, just trying to see what we can find in these areas. A very nice and open area. I was actually looking to maybe finding some plains animals in here, because this area can attract some certain animals, your impalas, your wildebeest as well. But so far it looks very quiet. But then also it might be because of the weather, right? Like it's been really, really cold today. And even now there's still a nice chilly wind blowing through, coming from the south and blowing in a northeasterly direction. Right, we're gonna have a look along this road here. And you can see that some elephants have been here. If you look at this tree right in front of us, that has been broken. You can see there, look at that light color there. So some elephants have been here recently, feeding on these trees. So we just keep on moving in this area, but it doesn't look like, you know, this is from today. As you can see right in front of the road, there's a dung. And I'm thinking there's one of those elephants that were here feeding. The dung looks very, very dry. It doesn't look so fresh. So this could be from a couple of days ago. Let's keep on driving along here. Sorry, can you go again with that question? Nice, MGN, welcome. I'm glad that you can join us in this beautiful day here on Ingalla. What methods do we use to track animals on Ingalla? A very good question. Well, depending on what you are tracking or what you are following up on, there's going to be, different sort of methods you would use for obviously different animals. So some of the examples that I might give are, for example, that branch that has been broken down there by elephants. That's one of the methods you can use. If the tree is still nice and you can see a bit of sap from it and it's still a little bit wet, you can tell, that those elephants have just passed not too long ago. Also, dung as well that we just saw, that dung is quite dry. So those elephants could be really, really far. If the dung was fresh, you can also kind of estimate how long that animal was here. And also smell or scent. Certain animals have some very strong scent. For example, things like leopards, when they're scent marking, almost smell like banned popcorn. Vocalizing of animals, that's another way. And also tracks, which mostly is what we use. Tracks are really, really important. If the tracks are fresh, then it's worth to follow. But right now, I'm going to quickly send you over to Tristan. I think he has something exciting for you guys.
Well, we're still sitting with Mareeps, and we managed to kind of find him on the other side of the drainage. We just went round and waited, and he eventually has popped out onto the road next to us in the most beautiful afternoon light. It's the furthest I've seen him go south on Chitwa. It's not a long way from where he normally is, but he just typically doesn't go around from the dam. He's normally pretty happy just to stick around the dam wall on the northern side. So it's nice to see him kind of exploring a little bit. This area here is an area where we used to see Shasha and Langa quite a bit with Sibui. It just goes to show how things have slightly changed. Not a lot, but there has been a slight change and shift in the way things are at the moment. And that will be because Sibui's got a little one now, and obviously Shasha and Langa are trying to find their own way as well. So they're kind of a little bit more nomadic these days, both of them. And it's allowing him the ability to explore. So a lot of you are asking about the Karula incident. I've told this one live many times, but essentially she was mating with a male called Mvula, and we were tracking her there, and I'd walked into her on bushwalk in the day with Geese, and I came in the afternoon, and my tracker and I tracked her again, found her, went back to the car, came with the car, there was no sign, and then we got off the vehicle again, and we saw a leopard again. So then my tracker was like, no, you just stay here and wait, I'll go get the car. Because you can see her and I can't, and just keep eyes on her, because by now it's, this is the second time that we've tracked her. And then coupled with the, kind of movement of people, that generally doesn't bode that well for leopards. They don't typically like it that very much. So decided from there I'd just walk up to where that little mound was, because the leopard started to move away from me, and thought that would be a good place just to sit and watch her from behind the mound. I kind of got up on the mound and heard this horrible grumble next to me, and out came flying Karula. And what had happened was that she had been mating with a Mvula, and so we kept bumping into different leopards. And so while we thought we were seeing them one leopard only, they were both there. And so the leopard I was watching was Mvula, and she actually was much closer to me than I thought, and I kind of got charged by her, and the only thing I had was a radio, and she was, when she ended up finishing her charge, she was probably, half a meter from my feet, and spitting venom at that stage. And my tracker heard the commotion, and he drove in, and luckily when he was driving in, he was trying to get to me so quickly that he hit a branch and broke it. And as he broke that tree, she peeled off towards him and charged him instead of me. And that gave me time just to back off a little bit. And it was only after we got back into the sighting that we realized the reason she had been that way was because I was standing underneath a tree with a kill. And I had walked into her so many times now that she was just grumpy, which wasn't her fault. It was my fault entirely. But yeah, it was a very good reminder of how you need to be just super aware and take in everything around you. It's not just the leopard you see, it's the one that you don't as well. But yeah, got away with it and was lucky. That exact spot, well, not actually that exact spot, but where we are right now with Marips, if you go slightly back down into the drainage here, I once had to rescue a tracker from Tundi there. She had pinned him into a guarri bush, and she was standing at the guarri bush, and he was just hiding in it, and she was snarling and hissing at him. So there's lots of incidents that have taken place along this little drainage line because of how dense and thick it is.
Suspended above Kenya's Masai Mara is a breathtaking lodge where unrivaled service goes hand in hand with extraordinary wildlife sightings. Ngala Mara offers a quiet place where guests have the opportunity to reconnect with the world again. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer before the end of July, and you and a friend could win a 3-night stay at this award-winning lodge. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature. As one of the industry's best and Fagasa Indoors training institutes, NJ Moorfield Guide College produces professional guides of exceptional caliber and gives students from around the world an incredible experience. NJ Moore offers courses to suit all types of interests. The full-length career course results in a Fagasa accredited qualification and the option of a 6-month internship at one of Moore Family Collection's luxury safari lodges. Shorter courses are a great introduction for those considering a career in field guiding or even a life-enriching experience in your gap year. With spaces still available in July, don't miss out on this fantastic opportunity to live your African dream.
I've seen something I've never seen here before. Look at these cubs. One is crossing the river, it's being washed away unfortunately, but I'm sure the mother is going to save her. Look at that! How beautiful, look at that! One crossing, 2 to go. How cool is this?
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Johan and I have been distracted from our cheetah search here at andBeyond Phinda by what is going to develop into an absolutely magnificent sunset. We're looking out to the west, and the sun is just about to drop below those clouds. And look at the mountains and even the trees. Oh my word, look at the trees on in the foreground on the top of those hills. And how they're silhouetted against the golden light. That is absolutely ridiculous. And I'm pretty sure that soon, as I speak, look at how that massive anvil-shaped cloud off to the right there. On the far right, it's starting to turn this lovely, purplish hue. Not to distract us too much from the golden sunlight coming through there, but it's absolutely magnificent. looks like that bright kind of white at the top of the cloud there. Look at how it's getting more and more intense as the sun, well, of course, as the Earth rotates to bring the sun, or to make the sun look like it's coming down towards the horizon. But yeah, as it gets closer and closer to the end of that cloud, look at how the light there is getting more and more intense. And it's going to just peep below the clouds there, and we're all going to get, there's going to be a lovely, well, a brief moment of lovely golden sunlight that's going to shine across the grasslands here. And then it's going to keep heading towards the horizon. Megan, you're saying magnificent, Megan. I couldn't agree more with you, and I think that's the word that comes to mind for me as well. There's a marsh owl, everybody, that's just flown out in front of us. We're going to see if we can try and get it on camera. It's just flying around behind the thick green bush in front of us there, Johan. Oh, and it's going to come out to the left there. It's going to be very tough to get on camera, but Johan's going to try.
I've seen it.
Have you got him? Mm-hmm. Okay, come out of it. Come out a bit. Oh, they're going to go right. Right a bit more. Oh, man. Sorry, everybody, to abruptly draw us away from that lovely sunset, but that was... Oh, it was going to be... It was always going to be tough, but we had to try. There was a marsh owl that just flew out of the grass somewhere down on the hillside there. And it was flying backwards and forwards, scanning the grass, looking for any signs of prey. But here comes the sun. It's about to peak below the clouds, and here comes that lovely golden light we were talking about. And it's just bathing the hillsides all around us in the most beautiful, warm light. We need it because it's, it feels like it's going to be a chilly evening. Even though there's clouds out to the west, overhead, the clouds are breaking up quite a bit, and so what little heat we have is going to kind of escape into the atmosphere pretty fast. Be the one you're remarking, you're saying that the sunset looks insane. Be the one, it's absolutely mind-blowing, and I wish that you could be here in person to experience it with us, because obviously, I mean, Johan's doing a fantastic job of capturing it there on the camera, but all around us now, suddenly what was a few minutes ago kind of gloomy and grey is now just the most wonderful kind of golden colour, all the dry grass around us. There's the marsh owl again. Oh, we're going to try again, everybody. The marsh owl's just flown out. Sorry for the fast motion. Oh, it just dove down. It might have caught something. Okay, we're going to see if we can try and zoom in onto the spot where it landed. So just go zoom in there, Johan. Come slightly to the right. A bit more. Okay, stop. Zoom in dead center. In fact, that might even be the owl in the grass. There, come to the right a bit more. Okay. Right there. See, there's a dead stick in the middle there, everybody. Right in there is where the marsh owl disappeared. As it dove down, it kind of folded its wings back against its body and then plummeted down onto the ground. So it must have seen a little rodent scampering around in the grass there. And I'm sure if we're patient and we give it a few minutes, it's going to fly back up into the air. And then we should be able to see it.
Side of the gate.
No sign of it just yet.
I'll show the viewer what we're looking at.
But Johan wants to show all of you what the landscape around us looks like. I'm going to keep my eyes trained on that spot where that owl disappeared though. So as soon as it lifts up, we can hopefully try and get you a view of it. Yo, but look at that. How is that for a view? And just listening to the radio, everybody, it sounds like someone has managed to find those two male cheetah. And they have moved to the complete opposite side of this part of the game reserve. They are really, really far away from us. I don't know how or why they got that far away from where we've been searching for them. But yeah, that is very, very, very far away from here. So we're probably not going to head in that direction because it's going to be dark by the time we get there. And of course, we try not to view cheetah at night to give them the best chance of staying safe in the night. All right, Johanna and I are going to carry on then. I think what we'll do then is we'll make our way back towards where those lions were, see if they aren't maybe starting to get up and move around. Let's go back across to Tristan though, see what that leopard's up to.
We are with him at the moment. There's some guinea fowl that have just crossed. So I thought he was going to cross the road, but he hasn't come out, and I can hear Impala's alarm calling as well, but on the other side of the dam. I wonder if Tundi's not around too. But I thought he was going to come out just here because he was lying in there. There he is. Thought he would come out somewhere. He's hunting these guinea fowl. They're coming straight towards where he is. So you see he's going back into the thicket. Let's just give him a chance. I don't want to move too much. See how he goes. Because the guineas are coming straight towards the road now, along where he is. Trying to see if I can still see him. Just watching the guinea fowl. They're just running kind of parallel with the road at the moment. Let's get around this bend because I'm sure he's trying to get in front of them using the grass cover. You can see the guinea fowl just on my right here. Well, the last time I saw him was right here. Amazing how quickly these guys disappear. See him anywhere, Beaks? He's just here, yeah, but I think he's run into this little thicket here to try and get around to where they are. I don't see him anymore. Where did he go? I mean, there's a little thicket and a fence here. Oh, there he is, I can see him. He's coming along, just wait, Beaks. He'll come out in front of us. You can watch the guinea fowl for now. Shame. I think he wants to keep going in the thicket to where they're going, but unfortunately, because of the house here, the owner's house, he can't use any more thickets. He's got a fence in his way, which is unfortunately par for the course. He's just in a bit of an obscured spot. He'll come out eventually. Yeah, do you know, guinea fowl will hunt, leopards will hunt all kinds of random birds, francolins, guinea fowls, doves, anything really. I've seen them catching sparrows, little canaries, all kinds of random birds. Anything and everything is on the menu for a leopard. You'll see him popping out now behind them. He's going to come out in front of us shortly. I can hear his little feet. Shame, boy. Unfortunately, his plan was fooled by being in the wrong place. He needs to go back to his damn wall. It's much better. He's gone into the camp. Of course he has. Let's see if he pops out the other side. The problem is that this camp has only got a really nice entrance one way. It doesn't have a very nice one the other way. Let's see where he goes. I was watching a video of Ingalla from one of the camps in Buffelshoek and him going through an electric fence. Unbelievable to watch how agile these leopards are. Marips, where are you going, boy? He's walking literally straight through the camp. He's going to come out here. We'll just stop this side and wait for him. He should come out on this little road. Yeah, it is cool that we get to watch him develop his hunting abilities. He's such a busy cat and doing all kinds of things. The guinea fowl are running straight to Chitwa Dam. I can see them from here going up the road already. He's way behind, but I don't see him anymore. The last I saw him, he was walking this direction. I don't know what he's up to. Maybe he's playing around there. Leopards are very curious, so when they go into little camps and things like that, they like to watch and see what they can see. So it's not his first time in here. 100% has done this before because he knows exactly where he's going. You can see him there by the air conditioning. This is the crazy part of the habituated cats of the Sabi sand, is that they just don't care whether it's a house or anything like that. It's not their worry. You can see him just snooping around. This reminds me so much of so many different leopards that I've been fortunate enough to watch and their antics around camps. Tiani was an absolute terror when it came to aircons, particularly because the aircons have insulated pipes that are covered in foam, and she used to pull all the foam off the insulated pipes all the time. It was like her favorite thing to do and cause all kinds of damage. And then just like that, it's back to wild leopard. Crazy, isn't it? They're so at home with us in this area. Part of it, obviously there's always a danger element to leopards cruising around camps, but there is an element of, isn't it insane that we can actually coexist when we're aware and we give them the chance and we're not using an area for farming? I mean, there's a way to coexist with animals. It's just we've got to figure it out. The farming side of things is obviously where it gets a little complicated, because I can sympathize wholeheartedly with farmers when their livestock are being taken and they're in a rural part of the world. That I understand 100%. But it just goes to show that there is abilities to coexist with animals. We just need to be a bit more creative and find a way. So you should come through, and then up on top here, I'm going to just go up a little bit because I'm pretty sure he's going to come through this thicket. The Guinea Fowl are right here, so if we just wait here, that should be a perfect spot to see if he's going to come kind of in this direction. In fact, the Guinea Fowl are going to walk straight towards him. Guineas, you're going to have a tough time now. Anyway, he's still quite far. He's going to have to get a lot closer, and I can't get any further in. This area is so dense, there's no way to off-road. So we're just going to have to wait and listen. And if he grabs one, he grabs one. If not, well, it's unfortunately going to be a lot of commotion and chaos. But he's, like I say, still quite far back from where we are now. I've tried to off-road here before. It's just not possible. You can get a little bit further towards the dam, yes, but this little section, no. All right, well, we'll just sit here and be patient. Let's see what happens.
With Johan and I at andBeyond Phinda, and our sunset is just getting more and more epic by the second. The sun has now gone beyond the horizon. It's now sunk beneath the mountains off in the distance. But the clouds in the sky are being turned the most unbelievable color. I don't even know how to describe it. It's almost like in the middle it's that orangey color, and then it kind of fades almost to a purpley red. I don't know how to describe the color we're looking at. It's absolutely unreal. It's absolutely magic. There's some Cape starlings calling in the distance, some red-faced mouse birds. The light's going to keep fading, and with it is going to come the chill of night. And these cheetah that we've been looking for, with them being two big males, being quite confident in their own ability and in their having, an extra set of eyes and ears and an extra nose to keep vigilant for danger. They might decide to move around, continue patrolling their territory, especially tonight with it being, with the moon being so bright, and with it rising quite early in the evening. They'll have enough light to see, to walk around quite comfortably. Unlikely they'll be doing any hunting. Like we said, they have eaten already, and also cheetah tend not to hunt too much at night. are rare instances where they do. But I don't think that these two cheetah are going to have food on their mind. For them, it's going to be more about patrolling their territory, scent marking, looking for any signs of females that might be ready to mate, and making sure that there aren't any intruders on their turf.
We've just arrived to Gowrie Dam. We've really not had much luck after the elephants. But we have arrived to such a beautiful scene. The skies are unbelievably dramatic tonight. And it's making for quite some picturesque views. And after a long period of driving, it's always good to just stop and admire. Sorry, everyone. Something just got stuck in my throat. Darby's going to give you lovely views of those skies. Oh, sorry everyone, I'm literally choked on my own words. Janie, you're saying how beautiful is that? I know. It's really beautiful. Clouds make for such spectacular skylines. There's still quite a lot of blue sky. The sun's not completely engulfed just yet. We're going to try and make the use of this little bit of light to try and get to the west. And see if any of the characters from the west pop up. You never know. Talamati's are that side, Tungana's that side. Shadulu pops in, Kara pops in, Tortoise Pan pops in. It's a good place to check. Ashri, you're saying the colors are absolutely stunning. It's a nice contrast. The bright blue, the golden and the grey clouds. Look at these clouds over here, Dov. Well, that's beautiful. It looks like fire is trying to escape. Look at that. Looks like you're looking into a volcano. Davi and I actually slept up the top of an active volcano once in Ethiopia called Erta Ale. That's the name of the volcano. It's completely active. You have to wear masks. You go right up to the top and the lava's churning. It's like something out of Lord of the Rings. The smell is just sulfur, suffocating. And we actually slept up the top of an active volcano. That was a bucket list experience, that's for sure. You can hear the lava as well, it's so noisy. Always churning, always whistling. Vesa. I hope I'm saying that right. But Darby and I were actually just talking about honey badgers, believe it or not. We see them far more often in winter. There was definitely one winter when the Buffelshoek Dam was dry, completely dry, not a single droplet. There was a honey badger that always used to come down to Buffelshoek Dam. The sightings are sporadic. We've had some really good ones over the years, but it's definitely far easier to see them in winter. So right now, I've had honey badger on foot actually in the Mowati. Jamie had a fantastic sighting of a honey badger hunting a baby crocodile. There definitely are many honey badgers here, but the sightings are sporadic and sort of few and far between. But I would really like to see a honey badger. I haven't seen one in a while. I got a brief glimpse of one last week in Chitwa, but it was really a little bit too brief for my liking. Look at those clouds over there, Dob. Now that really looks Middle Earth and a little bit scary. It's extremely overcast. The skies are getting heavier. A little bit spooky, especially for winter. Ingrid, there normally are. I don't actually know where the hippo's gone. But hippos do move. If they're not territorial, or especially if they're young, they will switch up the water bodies. So it's really possible that sometimes you'll come and there's a hippo or there's more than one hippo in the water. And sometimes you come and they're not there. They will move. You see their tracks all around the reserve. And young males will move, particularly young males. And females can move, but those sort of territorial bulls that have set up shop and got their harem of females, it's highly unlikely that they'll move. But they're not entirely restricted to the water body. They do come out at night time to forage. So I guess maybe in the morning they just decide, hey, I'm going to go to a different dam, see what's happening down there. Okay, we're going to head west now, see what we can find that way, and I believe Damon has got lucky with some cats.
Welcome back to andBeyond Phinda. We had thrown in the towel in the search for those two big males, but luckily one of the other vehicles nearby managed to find a pair of young subadult female cheetah. And apologies for the gate in the background. They are right at one of the lodges here. They seem to be investigating the entrance gate. And for those of you that have been watching for the last couple of months, you might recognize these two female cheetah. These are the two surviving female cheetah from that group of 5 whose mother was killed by lions at the end of last year. And you'll notice that you may remember, for those of you that have been watching, that the one female used to have a collar around her neck. The conservation team has recently taken that collar off. They've deemed them to be sufficiently good at catching their own food. Look at how full that one's tummy is. So they've obviously had some hunting success today or recently. So the conservation team is satisfied that they'll be okay on their own, which is just fantastic news. I don't quite know what has got them so interested in this camp, everybody, or in the fence around it. Sometimes the lodges do attract the attention of impalas and other kinds of antelope that come in to feed on the watered lawns and bushes. But, I mean, with their bellies being so full, I don't think that food is something that they're going to be on the lookout for. There you go. You see their ears as they walk along the fence there. Looking very interested in... They must have seen something going in there or moving around in there that's got their attention. And that's why they're there. We're going to have to try and keep up with them though, everybody. It's going to be a bit tough in the bushes and in the long grass there. But we're going to give it a go. So, yeah, here we go. Hopefully when you come back to us, we'll have another view of these cheetah.
Hello, my name is Marnie Kell from the Greater Toronto area of Ontario, Canada. I am most excited to meet some of the guides that I feel I already know. And I'm going to very much enjoy riding along with them to see what they see most days while they're broadcasting these safaris to us, while also staying at the beautiful Simbambili Lodge. WildEarth has brought so much to my life, and I am thrilled and grateful to have this opportunity. Thank you.
Sign up to be an explorer today, and it could be you jetting off on an all-expenses-paid-for safari experience. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature. The Wildlife and Environment Society of South Africa, WESA, encourages people to care for the earth. Through innovative projects, they aim to reverse the serious issues that we face in the world today. One of these projects is Green Coast, a proudly South African award for sensitive and well-managed coastal sites. This sustainability project protects our national coastlines while providing unemployed youth with a love for their environment and a hope for the future. WESA is a membership and volunteer-supported organisation. Every supporter is helping to change the only earth we have. Visit our website to see how you can help care for our earth.
You are cheeky. That was a brave decision. Amber Eyes is... Oh. That is so magic. That was absolutely wonderful. Amber Eyes just gave that cub an enormous hug.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth Day.
Welcome back to andBeyond, Phinda. You've joined us just in time. Look what's happening here. These cheetah have found a herd of impala. Even though they've got pretty full bellies, they seem to be quite interested in them. Look at how the one in the front is stalking towards them. Very brazenly, though, these impala are going to There they go. I was about to say, these pala are going to run when that cheetah gets close. But yeah, I mean, that wasn't really a serious stalk. Did you see how they walked so brazenly? They didn't make any attempt to conceal themselves. There's all this lovely long grass off to the left that they could have gone into to keep themselves concealed, and instead they elected to keep using this fire break that's been cut along the edge of the lodge fence. And here the impala's alarm calling at them. Now that's going to be something that might be slightly concerning for these two young female cheetah. Obviously they want to try and move through this area without any other bigger predators knowing that they're here. And those impala alarm calling, they're going to let everything else in this area know that there's predators in the area. So if there's a leopard or a lion nearby that's looking for a meal, or even if it's just inquisitive, it might come into this area to investigate. And these two young female cheetah will want to avoid any kind of attention like that. But it's been so long since I've seen these two female cheetah, and I'm sure the same for many of you, and so good to see them now, you know, doing well with their bellies full, so they've eaten, and that one female has had her collar taken off, so our conservation team is obviously very, very, very pleased with the progress that they've made. And to think that nearly a year ago, they were these little orphans that had lost their mother and were kind of left alone in the big wide world. So they've done really well. Okay, they've disappeared again. So we're going to try one more time to get you one last view of them. It is getting quite dark, and like I said earlier, we don't view cheetah after dark, just to give them the best chance of trying to, or keeping themselves aware and keep themselves safe in the night. But there is still quite a bit of light, so we'll try maybe for one more view, see if we can't see them again. While we're doing that, let's go across to Chitwa Dam with Tristan.
Well, we're just sitting at the dam waiting for him to come out. The Guinea Fowls have come through, but I haven't found him again. Unfortunately, he's lost somewhere in this thicket. But even if we don't get him again, we just had such a cool afternoon with him. It was like the perfect last afternoon at WildEarth for a while. And it's crazy because if I think about it, only being back at sort of end of September, he might be gone by then. He might be somewhere else. You never know. He might move on to Little Gowrie or somewhere where we can't traverse. So just kind of soaking up this afternoon with him, and thoroughly enjoyed spending time with the little fella. He's such a character, this cat, and it was funny earlier when we found him. There was a little dam wall, and I wanted him to sit there, and I was like, come on, sit there, and then he like walked up and sat there. I was like, oh, that's amazing. So he's such an obliging cat in many ways. I'm sure he's going to pop out here shortly. That's why I'm just kind of sitting with the hippos and enjoying the last bit of light at Chitwa Dam, in the hope that he does start to meander this way. We know that he likes to hunt around this section, and what I think has happened is that he saw the guinea fowl, and then he went and he got sidetracked and probably had a bit of a drink, and then from there he'll slowly bend his way back out again towards the dam wall, I think. I mean, I might be wrong. You never know, he might just settle down in that little area in front of the owner's house. But I don't want to go back down there again and crash around. It's also very wet down there. So there's only so far I can go before it gets a bit marshy, and I don't want to create tracks and things like that in front of the house. It's just going to lead to us being in trouble. So rather not, and it's not like we haven't been spoiled with the young fellow of late. We also have seen him so much that sometimes I feel like, you know what, let him have a little bit of time to himself. If he wants to come out again, he will. If he doesn't, well, that's also okay. He'll just be his, his own self. I see another guinea fowl coming out behind me. So wherever there's a guinea fowl, I'm just kind of like looking in case he arrives. We know how he is and how much he likes the taste of guinea fowl, particularly last night he was hunting them again. They must be hating life at the moment, running the gauntlet of terror across this little section towards the dam. I must kind of keep him in their sort of eyesight all the time and don't know where he is. It must be a horrible feeling. Birds aren't that stupid. They are fairly clever. They know when there's danger and places that are fraught with it. And after being chased, the last kind of 5-6 days, they'll have started to understand that they need to be quite careful in this particular area. And the chess game will continue. That's the most amazing part about it, is it is a constant chess game, and the more he hunts them, the more they learn, and the more he learns. And day by day, they go through the paces, and, you know, he'll eventually graduate and start to leave them alone and not hassle them nearly as much until he's much older again. But by then, he's a lot slower and less nimble and less likely to have the energy to try and chase guinea fowl around all afternoon. Big old males like Tingana this morning is going to be far happier just taking it easy and coming across slow things like monitor lizards and porcupines rather than trying to chase things like guinea fowl. Michael, no. Funny enough, not for a while. There was a few updates on him a few months ago, about 2 months ago. Let's say 2 months ago. And then since then, not much. I don't know if maybe he's had cubs with Monzo and she's more in the Kruger and he feels like he needs to patrol that side a lot more. But yeah, I haven't heard much about him, which is strange because, like I say, he was starting to be seen again more frequently around the Cheetah Plains, sort of in Koro, Torchwood area. But it's gone very quiet on the quarantine front again, which is... You agree, Hippo? Yes. Which is, I suppose, kind of how it goes with him sometimes. Sometimes we go like 2-3 months without an update, and then, you know, he makes an appearance. But yeah, I haven't heard anything. It's difficult because also, again, it's a case of misidentifications are a huge problem out here. The number of times that he gets called in and then it turns out to be another male, whether it be in Ngula or anybody else really, is quite frequent. And so it's hard to know without photographs whether or not it's a guaranteed sighting. That's why these days guys tell me they saw that cat, and until I see a photograph I just say okay. Until, you know, once we have that, then it's good. And the nice thing about WildEarth is we can say we saw that cat and we can prove every single time that it is the one that we say it is, thanks to a lot of your guys' help, particularly people like you, Michael, who are so tirelessly working on the background to help us with identities for leopard and lion and hyenas and cheetahs and wild dogs and elephants, and you know, you guys really do put a lot of work in, quite a number of you, and it is appreciated. I can assure you that it does not go unnoticed, and it really is a big help to us, because sometimes the information that we get can be a little bit third hand, and when you guys sift through it and find kind of photographic evidence or you find posts about it, it helps us just to be able to put the puzzle pieces together. The only problem is that sometimes when we talk about these sightings and things like that, because a lot of the lodges are a little guilty of posting, and I mean, even I do it, is posting photographs of sightings that are not current. So they'll say like, oh, we had a sighting of quarantine recently, but recently can be sometimes 6 months ago. And that makes it tricky for us also to know exactly where everybody's moving. The radio is the kind of most reliable, but then again, like I say, a lot of misidentification, particularly at the moment around the Chitwa area. As for some reason, the guys struggle heavily with Tundi and Kuchava. As well as with Shasha and Semba and Marips, those three or so. Well, nowadays Marips is better because he's been around a lot and he's smaller than the other two. But every now and then it catches somebody. And then, of course, Klalamba and Sabui, for some reason also, no one can ID those two cats. They keep calling them different things, which kind of astounds me because of how different those two cats are. Klalamba and Sabui don't look anything alike, in my opinion. Very different builds, very different spot patterns, but yet it happens. And I suppose, you know what, actually at the end of the day, a lot of these guides don't have that same in-depth interest as what we do over a leopard. Maybe somebody really loves lions or loves elephants, and for them a leopard is a leopard, and they don't really worry too much about which one it is. But yeah, I mean, I think these days a lot of the guides have had to step up a little bit because so many of you guys that watch the show are starting to travel into this area now, and you guys know so much about so many of the animals here that I feel like it's pushing a lot of guys to learn and to understand and know the histories of the animals a lot more. But yeah, They don't have the same motivational drive to do it, which is fair enough. They've got other things to worry about, and guests kind of are part and parcel of that. And a lot of the time, the guests that they have won't know these various animals and also wouldn't be that interested to start with. I always find, though, with guests, when you come out here, even with guests that have never watched WildEarth and have no idea what it is, once they come out and you start to be able to weave these stories and these tales of this life that this animal that they're watching has had, it starts to connect people to that animal that much more, and it becomes that much more addictive, and people after the fact kind of want to know what's happened. You know, has Marips gone on his own yet? Has he, you know, become territorial? Whatever it may be, they start to become a lot more interested, and therefore there's often a lot more of a drive to come back to see that animal, or to start following and take a lot more interest in nature itself. And that can carry on over when they go back home to wolves or I don't know, bison or whatever it may be, bears, it doesn't really matter. As long as that interest in the way that things are going, you know, get transferred and people start to really take a deep connection away. I think because once you make that deep connection and that emotional connection, that's when, you know, you care that much more and you're that much more interested. If that makes sense. I don't know if it does. That's how I kind of take it. All right, I think we'll probably be... So you need to go into IR yet, or you're all right still?
I'm right.
You're all right. Okay, well, I think we'll probably just meander slowly along the wall here. Just see if he hasn't popped out behind the wall and see if we can't pick him up. But it's turned into quite a beautiful evening at Chitwa, albeit cold and a little breezy. There's this cloud cover, and it's just, I don't know, it's pretty out here this evening. It's a nice kind of finish, and the whole sort of mood seems to reflect mine this afternoon. I don't know why. It's just the way it is. So I'm just driving very slowly, because at this time of the day, a leopard just melts into its environment. It can be super tricky to be able to see them nicely. But I don't see any sign of him. I think he's lay up at that waterhole in front of the camp. I don't think he's come through yet. Which means that I might just leave the area and let him be for a night. Like I say, he's pretty much had a vehicle with him every day for a week now at this time of the day. So I think it will be a good thing just to give him a break. I'm pretty sure other guys will come and check here with spotlights just now, and so let's let him have an afternoon and let him do his thing. Let's just stop here and we can listen to the last sounds of Chitwa Dam before we leave, and let you guys enjoy kind of closing out of the day. It was a great way to finish the day. Love listening to them calling. All right, well, I think we're going to leave Chitwa. We're going to go see what else we can find in the big wide world, and hopefully there'll be something lurking for us.
We've reached Triple M, and we couldn't drive past this view. This is the Drakensberg Mountains. It's a huge mountain range. But we get a gorgeous view of it here in the Lowveld, and with the dramatic skies, we could not stop. We couldn't not stop. We had to show you this. Sometimes when you really can't find any animals, or you can't find what you're looking at, you just have to stop and appreciate what you can see. I mean, they're 1,000 kilometers long, so it stretches across the country. And gee, you're seeing another stunning scene. Absolutely. It's really stunning. And it's a little bit tricky right now. We're not able to communicate over the radio. It's not just to jump into sightings, but also to share your sightings, and to also just share where you're tracking, where you're looking, where you've been. It's tricky, so actually encouraging us to just stop and appreciate the landscape for a while. Appreciate the dams. I mean, we always do, but these are just the things you take for granted sometimes. Because you're always trying to follow up on X, or spend time with Y, or see if you can find Z. Sharina, she has been seen. Dear old Ribrobs, but not by myself. She definitely seems to be spending time on Chitwa. The Djuma clan seem to have just shifted a little bit south, and it's probably just a seasonal change with the winter. They possibly follow the other predators maybe, or they spend time near open areas for prey. But she has been seen. She's fine and well, don't you worry about Ribrobs. But I just, sadly, haven't had the chance to spend time with her. Their tracks are everywhere, and I can recognize Ribbon's tracks. They're really distinctive. I'll need to make a note to show you the next time I see one. And I've seen her tracks, but I've sadly not seen her. I'm missing the clan dearly, but I know they're all thriving and roaming around, causing trouble. But I do hope we can figure out where the Djuma clan den is. That would be very much joyous for me. So as we bumble down Triple M, we are going to send you guys over to Ingalla.
Welcome back, everybody. So we were in the south and decided to turn around and come back central. So it looks so quiet in that area. Ooh, there's something there. I'm trying to see. It looks like a bird that flew into that branch there. Yes, it is. Can you see it already? Yeah, like, you see this big bush? Yeah. Slightly left, there's a long sort of log, a long branch. You see it? Just below, like halfway from the ground, you see there's a bird sitting there. There we go. There it is. Look at that. Just want to have a proper look and see. But to me from there, because it's quite dark, it looks like a spotted eagle owl. I think it just came for a drink. Let me have another proper look, because it's actually quite dark. It's very difficult to see, because the spotted eagle owl and the Verreaux's eagle owl, sometimes they can confuse you. They look a bit the same. Yeah, I'm thinking also. I think it's a spotted eagle owl. It's actually quite dark. So there's where we are. There's a pen actually. So this eagle owl was drinking here, getting a bit of water. And as we came about, it flew into that tree there. And I mean, this is a time of the night where they'll be out and about looking for prey. Mostly looking for rodents. As you can see, it's always turning its head every now and then, just listening to anything that could be moving in the undergrowth of those trees. Lisa, welcome. I'm glad that you can join us in this beautiful evening here on Ingalla. Lisa, it'll actually be very, very difficult, eh? I believe some species you can actually tell sometimes from their size, but they can quite be tough to tell. But a very good question there, and it's something I actually have to, go find out as well, because it's usually very, very difficult to tell their gender. Actually, it's just sitting there, and as soon as something that moves in the ground, you will see it quickly going down and using those strong talons to be able to hold on to their prey. Incredible. I'm just thinking it would be quite amazing to see it actually catch something. But, I mean, we could wait for, hours up until something comes.
From a break, any update?
All right. I think we'll do We're gonna leave this owl be, let it hunt and enjoy life where it is. And I think we're gonna continue driving down. And for our leopard,
Hi, I'm Mike Anderson, and I come to you live every day from Eco Training Pridelands Conservancy in South Africa. The wild animal I think is most underrated. I think buffaloes are the most underrated. They're so tenacious and ferocious, and also very, very protective of each other, which I find incredible. You know, sometimes people think of the big five, they just think of lions and leopards and other big animals, but I think buffaloes are pretty underrated.
Catch up with the guides daily here on WildEarth.
Oh, it's going to be in trouble now. Oh, this is unbelievable stuff. Here comes a hippo in too. Go, Impala. There's a hippo coming in. I can't believe what we're seeing here. This is what we normally see in East Africa. It's all over. Hippo leaping at the crocodile now. Everything's gone underwater.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
My name is Steve, and one of my favorite things at WildEarth is getting questions from you. The type of questions that I really like are those ones that really help us to unpack and understand and really integrate the ecological knowledge and fully appreciate the importance that animals such as these Cape buffalo bring to the ecosystem. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, you're going to have to register on the website. But once registered, just head on over to the live safari page and enter your question under the live feed.
So you're back with us at andBeyond, Phinda, and just to keep you all in the loop, Johanna and I unfortunately couldn't stay with those two female cheetah. They kind of disappeared into some thick bush, and like we were saying, it was getting quite dark, so better to rather just leave them and let them find a nice spot to settle down for the night, free of the sound of vehicles crashing around, give themselves the best chance of making it through the night. Yeah, so we're now sitting out here in the plains, the engines off, and we're basically just listening to the silence of the night. There's still a bit of light out to the west where the sun has gone down, and it's very, very, very still. It's not too cold. There's a slight nip to the air, but it's been an absolutely lovely afternoon. So glad that we got to catch up with those two female cheetah. Like I was saying earlier, it's been a pretty long time since I've seen them last, and nice to see that they're fat and have eaten something and they're growing, and good to just watch their body language and their behavior. You can really see that they, I don't want to jinx things, but they look like they're really getting settled into their environment and starting to behave more and more like adult cheetah. So that's really good. Hopefully we'll see them, well, can you imagine that? The story that will be if they both make it to adulthood and both go their separate ways and eventually end up mothering cubs of their own. What an awesome story that would be. So Johanna and I are going to keep on making our way back in the direction of home. Oh, Patri, you're asking what happened to the brother cheetah. So Patri, he is part of a very exciting project. If you've been watching the show for a while, you may remember that last year there was a mother cheetah that actually used to live in this area. She had very distinctive Of course, all cheetah got those lovely amber-colored eyes, but she had almost like a rusty, smoky, auburn, orange-colored eyes. And so she had two male cubs, and they left her, went independent of her earlier this year. And what our conservation team did is they're looking at they've taken those two males, and then this male from who we saw now, the brother from the two females that we saw now, who was initially taken away from those two females because he was ill, and we didn't want him to his contagious disease to then get caught by the two females. So he's of course now well, and the conservation team is trying to bond the three of them together. There's a very exciting project that he's going to be part of, where he's going to be sent across to India. There's a project there that's looking at trying to restart or rejuvenate, it'll be restart, a population of cheetah in the wild in India. Cheetah used to occur there many years ago, and they're going to look to try and re-establish a population there. So very exciting times ahead for him. And yeah, quite exciting for us that it'll be Phinda cheetah genes that are going across to help getting that project off the ground. Yeah, so we're very excited. Obviously with those three males, because they're from the reserve, we'd look to try and get them off the reserve somewhere else anyway, to avoid too much of the same genetic line on the same reserve. Our aim is to keep the genetic pool of the cheetah here as diverse as possible. Okay, Johanna and I are going to carry on driving through the darkness. Let's go back across to Tristan at Djuma, see what he's up to.
Well, while Damon is chatting all things cheetah, we're just bumbling along, trying to see if we can find anything really. Not too fussy for the rest of this evening. I've had a good afternoon. I had a lovely long elephant sighting, nice time with Mareeps. It's like my perfect drive. I always love those kind of drives where it just sort of slowly falls into place without really having to work too hard. Sometimes you need those ones. I like drives where you work hard. Like this morning, tracking to Ngala was a long way. It wasn't, just a 2-minute track, and we found him. We tracked him from far all the way down. So that was very cool, but I like afternoons like this where you just bumble along and bump into things as you go. Just want to check here if there's any sign of anything. There were some ellies that were here at some point today. I wonder if it was the ellies that Lauren had. It was just like coming past Treehouse, but I was just thinking about it now when we were driving up to here. It's just how it's interesting in the last couple of days how things have changed. Since so beautiful with the reflections here. Since Shedulu has started to show up more and more on this western side again, it's changed the dynamic. When I first got here this stint, Moya, Tlalamba, and Sabi to a degree were kind of coming into Treehouse Dam quite regularly. They were around this area, lots of kind of marking. But since Shedulu has kind of come in the last few days, I haven't seen a single sign of Tlalamba coming this side. I haven't seen any sign of Moya. In fact, I saw an update of Moya being down in Mala. And then, we haven't seen Sabi much either. So I don't know if it's just Shedulu and her size and her vocalizing, because the other night she was very vocal, that she's just pushed everybody back a little bit. But yeah, it's interesting just to see that the dynamic has slightly shifted in the last couple of days again. It's always ever changing, so it could be that next week Tlalamba's back around this area, but she certainly hasn't been as present this week as she was in the previous 2 weeks around this section. All right, we're going to carry on. It sounds like Damon has found a nocturnal animal, so let's send you across to him.
Welcome back to andBeyond Phinda. I cannot believe this, everybody. We found a white-tailed mongoose. Look at that big bushy white tail and that big stocky body, the long legs. And it's now kind of bounding away. Oh, you got to us just in time. I cannot believe it sat still for that long. Everybody. Normally a white-tailed mongoose, you see it, it's a flash in the light, and then, it's just gone off to the left. Johanna's run left. Quite fast. That's normally what they do. So we got very lucky to get that little glimpse of it that we got. It was probably sitting there for a good minute and a half. I can't believe that it even gave us that amount of time. But it just shows you, you'll see now we're in infrared, we're in IR, that's why the screen looks green. And obviously with that, we don't have to shine a light on the mongoose. Normally we'd use a spotlight with a red filter on it as a sensitivity measure to the mongoose's eyes, but it just goes to show you with no light whatsoever how that mongoose was just super relaxed with us, and yeah, sat there for a bit grooming itself, but has now moved off to go continue with its foraging for the night. And Johan and I were just chatting now. Johan is saying he's never seen an aardvark before, and out here in these open plains where we've been driving the whole day, there's a lot of termite mounds. We often see aardvark diggings or signs of them digging. We often see their tracks around. And this time of year, with it being winter, often nocturnal animals like that white-tailed mongoose, they'll come out a bit earlier in the evening because of how cold it is. Animals like aardvarks as well, which are normally animals come out quite late at night. They'll normally come out a bit earlier in the evening. So Johan's never seen an aardvark. I'm not going to promise anything, but that's what we are going to be searching for now as we make our way back in the direction of the lodge. So we're going to go and check along some of the less frequently driven roads, some of the quieter roads, as we make our way home to see if we can't find any sign of an aardvark. Sure, I can't believe I'm saying those words. We're gonna try. But yeah, let's get going. All right, here we go, everybody. We're gonna keep on snaking our way back towards home. And hopefully when you come back to us, we'll have some more interesting nocturnal creatures to show you.
Well, Damon keeps a lookout for more nocturnal creatures. Just sat here quietly at Treehouse Dam. I like doing it at this time of the night. Sometimes you hear a little impala snort or a soil or a roar or something like that, and can give away the presence of an animal. It's also just pretty here this evening. This puffy little candy floss clouds with a little bit of that sunlight still kind of peeking through, and the reflection on the water is every bit as good as you want it to be when sitting in the dark in the wilderness. But it is quiet tonight. I haven't heard any hyenas whooping yet. Not even owls calling. Nothing. It's very, very quiet. Quite surprised actually how far the Talamatis went this morning. It seems like they went from Torchwood, Chitwa straight west, Arathusa. I don't even know where they ended up. I think somewhere near Simambili side. A long way. I'm sure they'll come out tomorrow morning back our way, but they said their dynamic has also shifted and changed. We're talking about female leopards dynamic, but their dynamic is also changing with all these kind of changes with dark mane and S8. Eerily quiet tonight. All right, let's carry on. Let's go see what we can find with our spotlight. Well, we're just leaving Treehouse Dam and I'm going to try and see if we can't pick up something on the way. It's always a place where you never know, you can grab something on the way towards quarantine. Sorry, I'm trying to get my side light to work, but it doesn't want to. Just add that to the list of things that don't want to work at the moment. See if we can get it to work at some point. Both of them now don't want to work. It'd be like a little disco. Kind of press buttons and make things happen. It's my daily fight, is to try and get this light to come on. I like having it because if there's elephants or something on my left side, I pick them up pretty easily without having to shine on them. So Michael, it's interesting. I often think about these things because we spend so much time with those cats at the same age. That light must just stay off. And so, you would think that we'd remember clearly, but sometimes it's difficult because you lose sight of how big they were. As time changes, you get their kind of rough size, because when you see them again, you just that's what imprints. But I would say that he's probably on par with Hosana. Similar build to what Tumba had at the same more years. I hope that helps. So yeah, I mean, Hosana and Tumba were actually not that dissimilar at one point. Around this age, this sort of 17-month age, and most leopards are. I don't find his tracks noticeably different to Hosana's ones at this time. Tumba's were by far some of the largest footprints I've seen on a little 15-month-old leopard. He is ridiculous. From day one, his feet were massive. He used to rival Tingana with his feet. So, yeah, I don't know. That's close. Without seeing them all together at the exact same time of their lives, I think it would be very difficult to make that assumption. Anyway, we're going to carry on. Let's send you across to Damon.
Welcome back to andBeyond Phinda. Johan and I are still on our search for this aardvark. We're driving, like I was saying, through some of these areas where we see termite mounds during the daytime, and we've been looking for the eye shine of animals using the spotlight that I've got in my hand. And then, of course, the routine is that if we do find something, then we're going to stop and watch. Then the spotlight goes off and the infrared light comes on so that we don't interfere with the animal. And also, yeah, like I was saying earlier, it really speaks volumes for how that infrared works. The fact that white-tailed mongoose allowed us to watch it for as long as it allowed us to. So, yeah, we were looking for the eye shine, reflecting back on the animals, and we're just talking, Hannah and I, now about how it's so important to, or it can be sometimes quite difficult to differentiate between the eye shine of different animals. Now, some people say, I've heard people saying how predator eyes always reflect red or orange and herbivore eyes always reflect green, but in my humble experience I found that to not be the case. It's very important to watch how the eye is moving or how the animal is moving. See if you can try and see the body. But of course a hyena walks differently to a lion, and a lion walks differently to a leopard. And zebras and impalas and Ingallas all walk differently to all those predators. So very important to watch carefully. Obviously you don't want to shine your spotlight into the eyes of a diurnal animal, or into the eyes of any animal for that matter. So we're just going very slowly along through these little grassy sections. And I was just saying to Johan now, I don't know how, have any of you been to the Kruger National Park, to any of the rest camps there? And one of the things they offer there at the rest camps is a night drive, where you get into a game drive vehicle, and there's of course there's the headlights of the vehicle, and then every row of seats gets a spotlight that you as a guest can operate. And I remember as a kid, it was my absolute favorite thing to go on night drives with my family, and I would always insist that my parents get us there half an hour before the game drive left so that we could get a seat that had a spotlight. If we got there too late and we didn't get a spotlight, I would sulk. I didn't even want to be on that game drive vehicle. But yeah, just because it's so exciting, like, you never know what you're going to come across. Like in the daytime, you can see things from far away. At night, you're basically looking in this tiny little section of light. And whatever your little light illuminates, that's what you're going to see. And you never know, there's no, like, everywhere you move the light, there could be a surprise waiting for you. It's very important to scan around, not shine too far back, so you don't shine into people's eyes. Charles, you're asking which nocturnal mammals have the highest population on Phinda. Charles, I would have to say must be scrub hares. We see a lot of scrub hares. We're just going to stop driving here just because there's a bit of a dip up ahead and we might have a bit of trouble with signal. But yeah, scrub hares in terms of nocturnal mammals. In terms of carnivorous nocturnal mammals, I would say we probably have a lot of, large spotted genets are also quite a common nocturnal mammal that we see. We're lucky that we do have a good population of white-tailed mongooses, the one that we just saw a little bit earlier, or the species that we just saw a little bit earlier. I would say those are probably the two most commonly seen nocturnal mammals on night drives here. Okay, let's go back across to Lauren and Djuma. Let's see how her night drive is going.
Damon, our scrub hare population is also very high. Definitely. If you go on a bumble and you don't see a scrub hare at night time, then you're in trouble. But believe it or not, when Panthera did the camera traps, I remember Tristan and Ali used to analyze the photos, and we used to work quite closely with Lucy, who was doing her PhD, and I'm sure you'll all remember the camera traps, and if you don't, they were just camera traps that were set up around the reserve. But they used to flash at movement. Oh, I remember we used to lose Hosanna, and then we'd see the flash and we'd be like, he's over there. Don't worry, he's over there. And we always found him. But my original point there was the African wildcat population here on Djuma is actually so much higher than we ever realized. We know they're around, we see their tracks, and we have had, we've just been talking about you guys. You got them here? Infrared, here we come. We have old scrub hares. There you go. Population's thriving. But yes, the African wildcat population is actually incredibly high in this area. And the camera trap sort of study proved that so much higher than we realized, and we just don't see them. We have had a few sightings. Tristan's had some really good sightings with wildcats. Darby, you had some good ones down in Tswalu, didn't you? Some really good sightings with wildcats. But that really surprised me, actually. Camera traps are a really useful tool. They're non-invasive. Well, they shouldn't be invasive. They shouldn't disturb the environment. And normally just triggered by motion. And you can really see what's actually happening, especially in habitats like a really dense forest, like Karena forest in Ethiopia, for example. Get black-maned lions there, melanistic leopards, all sorts, but it's relatively unexplored. Copy that, Elton, sorry. And the camera traps can provide insight into that forest. It'll be a bit tricky to set up. It's not going to be easy for that explorer who decides to conduct that study, but it will give you insight to what's really happening. And it's completely non-invasive. Probably expensive, yes, but they're actually really fantastic tools. And out here, it was really amazing, the data we got from those camera traps. Yes, we saw scrub hares, but we also saw a lot more than scrub hares. We were able to see leopards, some leopards that we didn't even know. That was a really joyous time when those camera traps were up. Okay, scrub hares. As much as I adore you, I want to find some other nocturnal animals. got lucky with these white-tailed mongoose. We haven't seen our white-tailed mongoose in quite some time. He's always on quarantine. Okay, I am going to do my very, very best to find some nocturnal animals for you all.
Suspended above Kenya's Masai Mara is a breathtaking lodge where unrivaled service goes hand in hand with extraordinary wildlife sightings. Ngala Mara offers a quiet place where guests have the opportunity to reconnect with the world again. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer before the end of July, and you and a friend could win a 3-night stay at this award-winning lodge. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature.
My name is Moritz, and I come to you live every day from Tswalu Kalahari here in South Africa. My favorite thing is probably the predators, and as you can see, we're looking at some of them right now. These are the kings of the Kalahari. Spending time with the cats, it's just a privilege. And I love their behavior, you know, the more that you look at them, just the power and the sheer beauty and elegance of them.
Catch up with the guides daily here on WildEarth.
Goodness, look at its wobbly legs. Oh, I don't believe it. I can't believe we've actually seen it. Oh my goodness. Oh, careful, careful, careful. Oh no. Oh, it's okay, little one. Okay.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Hi everyone, my name's Daniel Fisher and I'm going to be your guide this afternoon. I'm looking really forward to taking you through and showing you all the beautiful places here at andBeyond Ingalla. If you have any questions, please register on our website. Once registered, go to the live page feed and post your questions underneath the live feed. Join me on my next safari through andBeyond Ingalla on WildEarth. Send me live questions through the WildEarth website and I'll answer them live from the African bush.
Well, we haven't moved very far from our impalas on quarantine. It's been fairly quiet. I was checking for some tracks and things, but nothing that I could find. These guys look all pretty stationary. Well, I can't tell you what they look like because I can't see a thing. It is dark and, well, there's cloud and so no moonlight for me to be able to even tell where these guys are moving. They look like they're just all over the show. But I'm sure BK is doing a fine job of keeping you guys in check with where they're walking. Seemed very calm tonight. Without that wind, I would imagine most of the animals are feeling a lot better about life. But it is definitely much darker. The moon hasn't quite come up yet, and there's still a bit of cloud cover. So it's a good condition now for predators to be pretty active. But I expect the moon will come up just now and these clouds should separate a little bit, and it seems like it's going to be quite a calm evening. So it should be okay for the prey as it gets a bit later. No, I wish, but no, sadly not. No melanistic leopards in Djuma or in the Sabi Sands in general. In fact, the last melanistic leopards records for South Africa are quite some time ago in the mountains that we see off to our west. So yeah, none here. There are currently a few melanistic leopards that one can go and see. There is obviously the Indian cats that are quite famous. So the male, which is probably the most famous of them all, up in an area called Kabini. And then there's another one that is in a national park called Todoba, which is not as black as the one in Kabini. The Todoba one, personally, I find possibly one of the most beautiful cats. It's got a bit of caramel like coming through, and you can see some of the rosettes, but it's dark and just beautiful eyes. It's very, very, very pretty. And then there's a cat in Kenya that's started to get some notoriety in a part of Kenya. And then reports of them throughout. So guys that I know, that when I went to the Congo, they were telling me that they'd seen black leopard in the Congo, or melanistic leopards in the Congo. There's reports of melanistic leopard on the escarpment of the Masai Mara, close to Ngama camp, and up towards the Mara forest. So there's rumblings of them. But here in the Sabi Sands, I don't think it's ever been recorded. I certainly don't know of it, and I've never heard of any photographic evidence of it or any even stories of it. But imagine if you one day find a melanistic cat here, I think you'll blow the internet up. And it would be most definitely, if you could get a black leopard in the Sabi Sands, it would be most definitely the most accessible cat that you could probably have, because even the ones in India, very difficult because of the fact that it's a national park, no off-roading, so you've got to just rely on them crossing the road. And the territories of both those cats are not actually that kind of deep into the park. They're on the buffer zones. And then the Kenyan one that is seen is in quite a difficult area, lots of rocky outcrops, not easily traversed terrain. So here with trackers, off-roading, I mean, it would be... that cat would become world famous quickly. So yeah, but I haven't seen any or heard of anything in this area. It's not the right terrain for them. Those black leopards exist in places where it's very, very dense, almost forested areas where, that kind of coloration helps them actually to survive rather than hinders them. Here it would hinder them a lot in this. You can imagine winter grass. A black leopard would have a tough time in being able to hide in that. So I don't think they would do very well here. But you never say never. These things can happen. We get another thing in South Africa called a strawberry leopard or leucistic leopard. It gets a very light coloured coat and almost a kind of pinkish appearance. That's why it gets that strawberry name. Victoria, say you love impalas. I think... many people do. They're such majestic little animals, easily overlooked, but hugely important to the environment. And like I say, pretty. There's nothing ugly about an impala. So there's a lot to love about them. They are a very, very special animal when it comes to this ecosystem and this ecosystem thriving. And talking about all these leopards and things, we wouldn't have that if it wasn't for these guys. The population of impalas really is what drives our leopard population and allows us to have these incredible views of leopards like we do within the Sabi Sands. So yeah, we're fortunate that we have good populations of these guys, and that's off the back of terrain, but also quite a high amount of water that we have a lot of them. Yes, excuse you, little impala. Impala just made a little noise. Anyway, and it's that time, though, everybody, where we need to say good night to all of you. I hope that you've had a good afternoon with us and that you've enjoyed all the sights and sounds across the various parts of South Africa that we broadcast. Seems like there was a little bit of something for everyone this afternoon, which I'm glad about. And obviously little Marips being the star for us, at least. And I'm sure in a lot of your minds too, the cheetah would have been a nice one as well. Anyway, from all of us, it's been an absolute treat. We hope that you have a good day or night further, and we'll see you tomorrow morning on our sunrise safari.